Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and owls in particular. My name's Brain, and I play role-playing games, and I roleplay as a game, but not today. Today I'm doing something a little bit different from the gaming category, because I'm apparently in the art category right now. And forgive the camera placement, we'll be moving it in just a second. So, a little bit of backstory here, right? I know how to play video games, right? I know how to write stuff. I don't really know how to draw stuff, how to create something with your pencil, with your crayons, with your paints. I don't really do that, I don't really do that. I'd never consider myself an artist. I don't. I would never, assign such a title to myself. I don't think that would be appropriate. But I like trying new things, right? I like trying new things. And a backstory is as follows. Last week, my artist friends, took me to something that is called a comic marathon. And the idea of the comic marathon is that you draw 8 pages of a comic book, of a comic, not a book, of a comic, in 8 hours, right? There's also a 24-hour variance, 24 pages throughout 24 hours, which is like a big challenge for artists, up-and-coming artists and enthusiasts of drawing in our city. And at first, I joined those events solely because of my friends, because I wanted to hang out with them and maybe do something else that is not watching the screen all day. And I helped one of my friends with like the story of her comics, and I did it again after 1 year and again after another year. And in the end, I started like doodling something. And this year, I decided, okay, so maybe the idea is that maybe I can actually draw something. I can actually create something. Like I said, I have zero skill. I literally have zero skill when it comes to do that. Okay, zero is not fair. I have like one skill. That's like if you have a skill tree in a video game, and you can have like 100 points in that skill tree of art invested. I have like one or two or something like this. Like it's a minimum. But I challenged myself to draw this 8-hour comics, and I finished 5 pages out of 8. And I figured out I might as well continue on stream, because I wanted to have some different content. I want to experiment with the camera placement a little bit. I'm also experimenting with the music that is going to the stream but not going to the Twitch VOD. So I'm thinking that maybe we can learn something along the way. And last but not least, I chosen this particular Saturday morning, because I will be swapping my streaming schedule starting July to Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday evenings. The Saturday stream will be no more for the time being, unless there will be a need to do something on Saturday. So we're gonna see. But as you guys know, my primary category is gaming, and this is something I'll be keeping to. So you can expect the ending of KOTOR 2 on Monday, and then we'll be going into Mass Effect 2. On Wednesday, I think we're gonna play some either Dragon Age Origins a little bit, because it was requested, or maybe start Baldur's Gate 2, an older game that I would like to explore, and because I admittedly never tried. And on Thursdays, we're gonna be continuing the Dark Urge run in Baldur's Gate 3, in which you can choose which NPCs to kill, during that run. Some of them have already passed away, unfortunately. Carla, Shadowheart, Zevlor, to name a few, and Alfira, because Dark Urge, right? So that's the plan for tonight, for today, actually. I don't think we'll be spending here the entire day. It's too cold tonight. And yeah, let me just rearrange the camera a little bit so that you can see what's what. Let me just do it like this. Up. All right. Whoops. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it makes sense like this. If I do it, yeah, something like this. I'm gonna adjust it. So please bear with me. Please bear with me with the adjustments. You also should be hearing some music in the background. If you are watching a VOD, you are probably not hearing it. And if that's the case, then I did everything correctly, and it's working. All right. Let me just check. Maybe some more light. It's not too much light, but yeah, maybe I can do it like this a little bit. I hope that you can see something. We also have the scene to have a zoom. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that's the case. That's also the case. Which one is better? Yeah, okay. For the time being, maybe this one. I probably don't need those lights, right? Are they adding anything? They're not adding anything, to be honest, to that scene. So yeah, so we can leave it like this. All right. So here we are. here we are. This is my comic. This is my comic. So the idea is to have the like 8 pages of a comic book. The comic is in Polish. I'm not sure if I'll be translating it into English during this one, for the sake. But let me give you a recap of what it is about. So those challenges I mentioned, the 8-hour challenge and the 24-hour challenge, the comic marathons, they always have a prompt. They always have a prompt in which artists should go. They should follow the prompt. I'm just adjusting the light a little bit. If I do it like this, my hand is covering the lights, so I might as well use the lights here. No, this one, sorry. Okay, it's marginally better, I suppose. Okay, so there is always a prompt. There's always a prompt to those comics, to those things that you draw. And this year's prompt was chase, which is pościg in Polish. So hence the title of the comic, pościg. But it's the chase. So artists were free to choose whatever direction they want, as long as there was a chase involved somehow. The prompt was involved somehow. And it could signify anything, Maybe it was chasing something very obvious, like a treasure or like a person, Maybe a policeman was chasing a criminal suspect. Maybe there was a love chase involved. Maybe something else. My friend, for example, made a comic with cats that were chasing for a little like a light bunny, kind of a light elemental bunny. It was very cute. And there was also a chase. One of my friends made a comic in the Stalker universe when one of the Stalkers was just chased by one of the creatures that is in the game. So that was it. And there was another friend that made a comic about a vampire and a werewolf girl actually, and there was a little bit of different chase involved there, but chase nonetheless, right? So that's the idea. That's the idea. There is always a prompt, and chase is the prompt of this one. And if you look closely, actually, I can maybe look closely. I can show you closely. I have decided. Let me do it like this. I can't draw, right? Let's go with the assumption that I can't draw. So I figure out, okay, so if I want to draw something, I'm gonna need characters, right? And what is something that I can't do is definitely draw a nice looking character. So I figure out that if I draw a silhouette like this and just add legs, all right, and then heads will be different. Circle, rectangle, triangle, those will be my different characters. I was wondering if I should maybe add something to make a wizard character like this, or to make a knight character like this. But I figure out that the simplicity will be enough to tell them apart, and that I can pretend that this is actual characters, right? With just a couple of lines and like this. So that's what I elected to do, and that's what I chosen to do. I also solved the problem of not being able to draw hands. I could probably draw something like some sort of hand or whatever, but I figure out that if I elect for my characters to not have hands at all, it will be easier for me to draw. So it's canon. Those are the characters, right? Those ones here encircled are the characters. And of course, because they're geometrical shapes, I name them appropriately. So this is Circlus, wizard mage kind of a guy. This is Sir Rex Tangiel, from the rectangle, of course. And with the last lady, I think it's like a Trangilia or something like this. But I haven't decided yet. Maybe I should work on it a little bit. So yeah, so this is the premise that I was just doodling during this 8-hour event. I was just finishing the script for my friend for her own comic, because I was primarily there to help with the script. And later on I was like, okay, so maybe I can start doodling. And I was like, okay, so those are the characters, and how to make them different. Just a circle, just a rectangle, just a triangle. You can see that they're different. You can see that they're all characters, and it's rather simplistic in design, but that was something that was blocking me, because I was rather comfortable with drawing. I don't know, with drawing a castle, backgrounds or whatever. But I wasn't comfortable with drawing characters. So I figured out, okay, let's go with the simplest way possible, and that's how I decided to have fun for the next couple of hours. During that event. I did not manage to finish it. Like I said, it was 8 hours for 8 pages, but I made only 5, right? Only 5 out of 8. So today I'm hoping to finish that, and to to have the comic ready. I have never drawn a comic in my life. Okay, that's not fair. That's a lie actually. I have drawn a comic. During one of the earlier 8-hour challenges, I was sitting down and I figured out, okay, I'm gonna try to draw something, and I couldn't draw like an 8-hour to do 8 panels, but I did 8 pages in 8 hours. But I did a little comic with 8 panels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and yeah, this counts as 8, I suppose. So yeah, 8. That was the first comic I made last year, and this year I decided to challenge myself and maybe do the thingy. So that was last year. You can see it's by Print Perfect, the greatest artist ever. And it was a rather simple comic. There was an owl, there was a spider, there was a cat, there was like a hare, and those are there was also a hedgehog here, right, hidden. And the last year's theme, the last year's prompt was jump. So hence the name of the comic, Jump, or Skok in Polish. And the comic was as follows. There's an owl saying that, listen up animals, there's a thing. They are doing a comic about us named Jump, right? And the owl then asks, which of you can jump, And the hedgehog is saying, yeah, I can do that. Hedgehogs are incredibly jumpy, right? And there's a spider who is a kind of a sneaky guy. He's sarcastically saying, "A wonderful idea. There isn't any better, jumper among us. There isn't a better idea that we can go." The hare tries to protest, but the cat shuts him down. Be quiet, your face or whatever. And then the owl goes and presents the plan. There's a plan. The hedgehog is jumping. The hare is, making sure it's safe, secured. The spider is making a net, like a safety net, and the cat is just not meddling. Hence the cat is sleeping in this panel. 3, 2, 1, and there's a jump of the hedgehog. And it's like fly, hedgehog fly, and then it's like now land, and then of course the hedgehog lands, and there's the owl very happy. You can see how happy the owl is with the little thingies in form of eyes. The owl is telling like, good job animals, and there's the hare is asking, what's the point of the comic? What's the point of the comic? Where's the point of the comic actually? And Spider is saying that we've run out of panels, and that's the end of the comic. So this is the comic I made last year. I had so much fun. Like, as you can see, it's very like it's a 0 skill, right? It's a 0 skill. But I do indeed have 0 skill when it comes to drawing stuff. And I don't really think that I want to really get better. Like, it's not a hobby that I would like to develop, but it allows me to do something different every now and then, right? It allows me to try something new and maybe see that something that I presumed was impossible completely, it is actually possible in a very specific, small way, right? Maybe I learned something about drawing silhouettes. Maybe I learned something about how to arrange, speech bubbles on the panels and everything like this. So it was a very worthy experience last year. And I wanted to repeat it and develop it and build upon it also this year. So hence the 8-hour challenge and 8-hour comic. Let's just see if I think you should be able to see something, right? It's not great. I think it's not great, but I hope we're gonna be able to actually see something. Maybe if I go to drawing a little bit. Like this, yeah, we can see something more, and you can see my hands. Yeah, it's a good thing that I cut my nails. So this is it. All right. So what about this comic? I talked about the comic that I did last year, and in this year's edition, the theme was chase. So I figured out, okay, I already have the characters. I have the characters that is a wizard. It's a fantasy themed comic, right? So it's a wizard named Circlus, and there's a Rextangel who is a knight. You can see that he has a shield. Maybe, I hope you can see, right? He has a shield. I think you should be able to see. Sorry, it's just hard for me to just look at it because I've never made such a stream, and I'm not sure. Like I know my setup very well when it comes to looking at me. But I'm not very convinced about the things that I'm doing, like on my desk here. Yeah, okay, maybe that's better. All right, so we have this, So there's a character of Circles, there's a character of Rectangle, and there's a elvish. I'm presuming elvish or like a roguish character who is a basically a stabo character. So your typical party involved in the fantasy adventure, right? And the plot is that a long time ago, in a place where magic still prevails, and there are magical creatures, but not dragons apparently. Blah 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 blah. Just a general introduction. There's a shot. There's a panel of the city above, and in this then we go to this different perspective. This was actually really fun to draw because it's like doing a D&D map, right? This is a tavern. There are tables in here. There are various characters, they have just a little bit of like lines that they're saying, and this is basically the first panel here, and then we go. Of course, the main heroes are here. They're sitting on the chairs. Those chairs are those half lines here are chairs. You can see the round character, the triangle character, and the square character. They're all gathered here next to the table, at the table, and then Circlus, apparently their leader, says like. My friends, there's a thing. We need to find some job to do because living in the taverns costs, and we need to get some money, right? Then the elvish roguish character says that it's not so easy, my dear Circles, because the competition is big. The dragons are no more. The princesses are not in the place to be saved, and it's not like the work can find the men. But then apparently someone is shouting, help, help, there's a space octopus terrorizing the city, and apparently there is this octopus. As you can see, the octopus is watching through the windows of the tavern, and it's like boo, very scary space octopus going like this. And of course, the not Circles, actually, the knight character is like, forward, my friends, the time for glory, and something like this. Of course, the cunning one, the roguish character, is like, stop, Rex, just think for a moment, right? But Circles notices that, it's too late, just follow him, and there's an exit, of course, and the characters are going out. And now there's a little like a shot of the city. It's a city seen from up there. There's a river here. There's a bridge, some buildings. It's all like in the sketch form. So I hope we can add some more detail to it. Not too much probably, because I don't want to spend too much time on those particular ones. And in different parts of the city, different moments of this comic are happening. I suppose there is a. They're fighting basically. They're fighting with the space octopus, with the magical tentacles that it has, and casting spells like little fireballs here, while being held. There's a stabo character here, so they're fighting together. And of course, the knight character, you can imagine the knight character reacts as those knights in shining armors do. Like, you cannot hide before justice, because Sir Rex can see everything, except for this. There's literally the octopus under the bridge that the knight character is crossing. And at some point, we have this like an overhead shot in which the characters have captured or like found the space octopus, but the space octopus is already in sort of a magical circle, indicated here by it's a pentagram rather than a circle, and the idea here is that it's casting spells, right? Because the character here is shouting, "It's opening the portal," right? And then the portal opens. The portal, of course, opens and it goes somewhere else. This is a terrible one, but I'm gonna fix that. This basically means that the octopus is going through the portal and into another portal that is somewhere in there, and it's a chase, right? The theme of the comic is chase, so this is why they are going through the portal, and they're going through the forest. They're going this is a mountains place. There's a forest later on. There's a desert, and even an underwater level. Why not underwater level when the characters are traveling in a bubble? And following this octopus, it makes sense for a space octopus to go through the water at some point. So this is the main part of the chase. And of course, at some point, the characters, now in their full glory, they have to activate their ultimate abilities so that they can defeat the octopus. And they're like, we can defeat this creature together, my friends, my comrades, stand together and fight, right? And of course, those are the silhouettes of the characters. So the knight character is like, my hammer can make it. You know, my hammer will strike true. And actually, my hammer will strike true is a very good line. I have to write it down because I think it's good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it in English. You know, my hammer will strike true. Like, it's not super original, but I want to use it. All right. So yeah, the roguish character is very fun because I started drawing the attack that the roguish character did, and I figured out like it's an rain of 1,000 arrows. So hence the arrows being shot, like, pew, 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 you know, a lot of arrows just to pepper the enemy with arrows. And then I figured out, okay, but why I'm doing with the arrows if I have explicitly drawn the character with 2 swords, or two daggers, because of a roguish archetype. And I was like, I was like, okay, I cannot go back on that because I already drew all those arrows. So the speech bubble here is like, okay, this time I'm gonna do a bow because I cannot get closer to the enemy. And of course, the wizard character is summoning the magic, you know, tapping into the font of magic that they have at their disposal, and just casting some sort of an Armageddon spell, you know, just some fireballs or whatever. So yes, those were the 5 pages that I've done during the event, and after 8 hours I was too tired to continue. So we probably want to continue, right? The story as it develops, I probably can show you in one of those here. No, not this one. Which one was that? There was a, yeah, okay. So I had the general storyboard. Oh, yeah, okay. I had a general storyboard that after they have presented themselves like this, you know, in this panel you can see all 3 characters. I made it a little bit different. I included their attacks, but after they present themselves, there is this triangular panels in which the octopus should be, like, the space octopus should be here, and all other characters should be like launching their attacks from across the panels basically, and into the enemy. And this is, you know, the white panel, the big panel of the defeat, which I suppose will be a very simple one. Like through the middle there will be ground, there will be a silhouette of the octopus, of the space octopus, and I drew those lines signifying explosion, but I think I'm gonna write maybe a nuke, kind of a cloud, so that we can see that the enemy has been defeated, right? And on the last panel there will be, where's the last panel? Yeah, on the last panel we're gonna have some text probably here explaining that the heroes defeated the octopus, you know, without much trouble. And there's of course the audience with the king. And what I'm very happy is that because I decided the characters are very simple, so like legs and for example this is basically the wizard character already. I figured out that the king character can also be made very simple, so I basically have to do this and then write like draw like a little crown, and this is it. You know, this is already the king. Maybe I can give him a cloak or something to signify his regal presence. But that's it basically. That's how simple of characters those are. Okay, so yeah, so this will be one of the last panels, and then I wanted to leave the ending open. As you could see, maybe right here there was a character that wasn't really standing out, but in here, actually let me zoom it on this a little bit. Actually, I think we're gonna have to leave with the zoom. Yeah, I'm hoping that's all right. Yeah, okay. The camera. Yeah, okay. I hope it's okay. Anyway, there was this character here with a question mark instead of a head. So most characters will have a triangle, a circle, or a like a rectangle. And there was this mysterious character, mystery character that you know, happens upon the heroes in the tavern and maybe gives them the quest. In this case, they were only observing, but towards the end of the comic, they're gonna reveal themselves. and they'll be like, I was very impressed by your chase skills, right? Because once again, the theme of the comic is chase. I was impressed by by your chase skills, and how about we hunt the dragon together? At some point in the comic, it is said that dragons are no more. So, so yeah, so this is something that would leave the ending open for a possible sequel, should I ever do it. As you can see, I claim that I don't draw. I claim that I can't draw, but I'm already thinking ahead of the Brain cinematic universe or something. So yeah, so this is the general idea of the comic. That kind of like a Nick Fury, right, character that comes to them at the end and is like, hey, I want to talk with you about the Avengers Initiative. So yeah, so this is the entire plan. This is the premise. Let me just drink something. This is a good tea. I have a tea today. The tea today is called Passionate Mango, I think. It's a really nice one. It's a black tea. I just made it. So yeah. All right. So I guess that's the introduction as to what we have here and what we'll be doing today. I just want to see if the focus of the camera is right. So let me just move a little bit to see if the focus is being lost or not. I hope not. You should be able to see some generic shape. Okay, maybe the best way to see it is actually putting those away. Let me just look at the first page here, and just to check if the focus is good. I think it should be good. If I don't go too close, it should be good, right? Yeah, okay. So this should be working. Like once again, I'm sorry, it's not something I usually do. So I just want to have some fun and draw things. So how about we go and try to finish the comic first, right? We have go through the entire story, and we are at this point where the characters have unleashed they are actually unleashing their attacks. They're unleashing their attacks on the octopus, right? So I imagine that drawing a shape of an octopus somewhere here should be the way to go. I should also grab this maybe for later so they can clean it. Oh, what's that? Okay, there's already some kind of a speck. All right, go away, speck. Okay, so yeah, is it the placement is good? I think I'm worrying too much, but I want to at least pretend that I do it professionally. No, of course not. Of course not. This is totally unprofessional. This is amateur hour, this amateur hours, or in this case, a couple of hours. Because it's a rather nice day here, very sunny. We had some very warm days in the last couple of days. So it continues, I suppose. All right. I imagine that the idea is to have the characters. Wait, can I get something to hold my hand against? Yeah. So I imagine that we could have, I suppose we can have Circlus, the character of Circlus, the wizard character being here, right? And then they're gonna cast a spell. And then of course we have the other two characters. So there are 3 characters, but only 2 triangles where we can put the actual characters. So we're gonna have to split. We're gonna have the wizard character here, maybe some speech bubble actually. Some speech bubble, because I think it makes sense to have a speech bubble here, because on the next panel will be this wide shot in which we only have the nuke. So then I wouldn't like to have any speech bubbles, to signify this moment. It's like sometimes when there isn't even a sound or nothing is being said in a panel, it just brings out the moment, right? As much as despite the Star Wars 8, right, there is this moment of jumping a ship through hyperspace, like a micro jump, or however they call it, into another ship, right? Regardless of the established canon lore, this is a beautifully artistically done scene, because the music stops, the sound stops. It just it's like a thunder, going through the space. Kind of in terms of visuals. So it's a very good visual. It's a stunning scene. And actually Star Wars 8 had a lot of those. Too bad it didn't deliver in terms of the plot and some of the characters that were introduced, or the direction in which the characters were seen. But this is not to comment on the Star Wars. This is to draw a silly comic, right? So yeah. So this is it. Well, maybe I should be commenting on Star Wars as well, because Acolyte so far It's not delivering, in my opinion. You know, I have watched the first 3 episodes with a friend, and it's not great, right? It's not great. Star Wars had some good TV shows and some bad TV shows, and I believe that the Acolyte is linked towards the latter category. Unfortunately, uh, it's just not there, you know. It's just not there for me. All right. Da, 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 da. I imagine that you should be able to see and to hear some music. I mean, if you are watching a VOD, you probably aren't. But if you're here, maybe lurking or just checking out the stream, there should be some music playing in the background. So yeah, so those are the 2 characters, the 3 characters in total, and of course we have to draw the main octopus. I think that because of how large this panel is, I can go all in and just draw a rather big octopus, right? So octopus should have a head, like head thing, yeah, right, like this, right, and then its body somehow, you know, going into. This is the eyes of the octopus because it's a space octopus, right? And then those tentacles. Octopus, as the name implies, should have 8 tentacles, so this will be no different. And despite having clear borders of my panels, I think I want to showcase the encroaching doom that goes to the characters and just go beyond those lines, just cheat a little bit and just go over those panels. So while filling those out, I want to make them the same way I want the last year's comic. So with the heavy black line here, I think those tentacles could go over this a little bit. So let's go like this. Okay, so that's tentacle number 1. Okay. Second one, third one, fourth one. I think this should be like bigger maybe. Or maybe this should be like this one here. What's that? Bwongis, hello, welcome! Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How did you find me? My name is Prain. I usually play in RPG games, but today I'm like, you know, I'm doing a little thing with drawing. I'm not an artist, so please forgive the quality of the art. But if you're here to listen to the commentary and just see me have fun and draw stuff, then you're all welcome to stay. How are you doing today? All right. If I gonna do it like this, maybe I can go with here even further. I have to also give space to those characters to unlock like an attack, and you know, do it like this. Okay. Let's make another line from the octopus's body. Yeah, kind of. And yeah. There's another one. That sounds good. All right. So I think that the third one should go like down here already. All right, something like this. Something like this, maybe. It's gonna be a short one. It can go over behind the panel, I suppose. All right. So yeah. So if I go with this one like here, maybe, you know, it doesn't need to go all the way up. I think maybe if I go do it like this, it will be enough, kind of. All right. All right. What's the music right now? Yeah, of course, it's Dragon Age Origins. Actually, Dragon Age Origins is a game that I want to play on stream. I think I'll be playing it on Wednesday. Starting July, I will be playing some more games in the evenings. So the idea of playing another RPG game, you know, old-timey RPG game, such as Dragon Age Origins, is very appealing to me. Especially after the trailer for the Veilguard, which I think that's the name, right? The Dreadwolf is now Veilguard or something like this, and it's actually, you know, it's not working for me. The combat is weird. You know, I appreciate maybe the idea of making these kind of an action combat, but that was the same, I think, in the second game, in the third game. That's the direction the game took, you know. So there's nothing I can say about that. I like the original one for having this, well, kind of a different combat. I found your stream through the tea tag. All right, this is amazing. I never thought that's gonna be the case. So tea, please have some tea here on me. I am a huge tea fan. You know, I drink tea rather than coffee. I actually don't drink coffee at all. So tea is tea is love, tea is life, I would say. And right now I'm having a black tea. It's actually called Passionate Mango, I think. So it's very good. It has this mango taste to it. I'm not sure how passionate it is, but it's very nice. It's definitely very nice. So yeah, this is the tea. This is the tea that I'm drinking today. Like recently, I've been drinking a little bit of yellow tea that I brought from Egypt recently. It's the thing that they drink there. It has a very bitter taste, but apparently it's very good for you when you're sick or when you're like having some kind of a stomachache or whatever. It the claims that it's an universal thing. You know? I don't drink tea. All right, that's all right. That's completely fine. Are you more of a coffee person then? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I need 8 of those octopus appendages somehow. Okay, let's do it like this. How does... Yeah, I think it should look like this. No, it's flat on the ground. Flat on the ground. No, I don't really like uppers. All right. So just to give you a little recap of what I am doing here, I usually do video games on my channel. I play RPG games. RPGs, RPG games doesn't make sense, like Moon, right? Repeating role-playing games. So I play RPGs. And the idea today is that I have taken part in something called comic marathon last week in my city. My artist friends took me there. And the idea was to draw 8 pages of a comic in 8 hours. I made 5 of them, but I figured out I might as well continue and do something else during this lovely morning stream. It's morning for me, so I figure out it can be something nice. All right, I have to put another one of those. It's gonna be very flat, I suppose, but yeah, I can't draw, right? Let's start with the assumption that I can't draw. And what I'm doing here is probably a travesty against it's crime against art, but it's all about having fun and doing something different, I suppose. All right, this is not looking well. I don't like this one. Let me change a little bit. All right. All right. What if I just do it like this, maybe? Go a little bit under the octopus. Like this. Oh, how about this? Maybe this could be something. I've been having a horrible migraine for the past 2 days. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that that it's either going off right now or that you'll be free of your migraine soon. It sucks. Migraine is something that's very, very bad. I mean, very bad. Not pleasant, shall we say, at the very least. Please take care of yourself, relax. Not sure what helps you in particular in person when it comes to migraines, but do that. Probably like lying down. I mean, in my case, when my head hurts, I'm probably lying down in the dark room with some quiet moments. Okay. I'm okay with pain of anywhere else in the body, but the head is horrible. It hurts to think. Yeah, I've been there. I'm sorry to hear. You're going through that. It's not very pleasant. But you're right, when something else hurts, right? We can at least in our head focus on something. But what if the focus center is the thing that hurts? It's not very pleasant in that situation. You know what? I rather like the idea of putting the tentacle here. So I think I'm gonna go with it. I think I should adjust it a little bit. Like this maybe. All right. This is it. Okay, maybe with this I can also do something to make it less flat, right? I imagined that we're gonna have some nice time here. If I do it like this and go maybe over another tentacle. Yeah. Like this is totally a space octopus. That the characters, the wizard, the knight, and the rogue are fighting. I'm gonna go like this, over this. And maybe go like this. Yeah. Yeah, actually, this makes sense. You know, the lower ones being kind of drawn to the top, and not drawn to the top, like curved to the top, and the upper ones curved to the bottom. I think this creates the maybe the line that we can imagine here, that the octopus is on the flat ground. So if I imagine this line right here, right, and do it like this, then this part should definitely curve up from this part. Then we can have something that I would like to pretend is perspective, but it probably isn't. Yeah, like if I do like this, maybe it can work better. All right. Yeah, so no more here, going up. By the way, Pongis, can you tell me if you can hear the music playing in the background? I'm playing music from my Spotify and set it up so that it is hearable on the stream, but it is not going to the Twitch VOD later on. I don't hear any music. Oh, interesting. Interesting. How about I put it a little bit louder so that we can... I do hear it. Okay. It's very quiet. Okay, let me just put it a little bit louder then. It's the first time I'm playing, I'm having some background music during the stream. So if it's like too quiet or too loud compared to me speaking, I don't think it should... I'm looking at the mixer. I hear it now. All right. So yeah. I figure out that I want to learn new things as a streamer as well. So while I'm doing the different thing today, which is drawing, and I'm experimenting a little bit with the camera angle and the lighting of my desk rather than my face that I usually have on streams, I figure out I might as well get a new skill and do the music background, like not too loud, not too quiet either, just to have some video game music in the background that doesn't go to Twitch VOD later on, so that the VOD is not kind of like detected and whatever. But okay, you said that you don't drink tea, but what about video games? Are you a gamer or are you an artist yourself? And if you're a gamer, what games do you like? What games do you play? The music right now is apparently from Castlevania. I don't do anything. All right, come on. You certainly do something. Maybe a hobby, maybe a sport, maybe I don't know, maybe something that you enjoy doing, like watching TV, even watching TV series, listening to music, doing stuff. I play guitar sometimes. Oh, that's cool. I never tried to play a guitar. I mean, my uncle, when I was a kid, my uncle had a guitar, and at some point, I think he tried to teach me, but it was a weird experience because I was a kid, very very small kid, and the guitar was so big compared to me. I couldn't like wrap my hands around it. He wanted to show me the guitar, but I think the lesson I got from that was that I couldn't hold the guitar very well, and that's why I never tried to learn it. To be honest, when it comes to instruments, I have never been very musically inclined, shall we say. My primary instrument for playing was always the PC. I played a little bit of like a piano when there was a piano at my parents, so I would try to learn it. Okay, maybe not learn it, but just click the buttons in the right order so it gives music, right? Press, and please give music, piano. So that was my experience when it comes to this particular instrument. I could never. Okay, it's not like I could never. I never bothered to learn. You know how the notes are being written down. On the. I'm not sure how it's called. The 5 lines that you have, and there's like those notes, and they're like making sound, blah blah. I'm not sure how it's called in English. I never learned it. I would rather try to hear the music and replicate what I'm hearing. Actually, the music is too loud a little bit. Okay, I would rather do this when I was trying to play the piano. So that was my experience basically. All right, so I'm happy with those 3 already. I like that they are going over the ones here. All right, and put it like this. But yeah, the primary thing I play on is of course the PC. I do video games, right? I always enjoy video games, and the fact that today I'm doing something different than video games is a rather one-shot stream. It's more to enjoy drawing, right? That's the reason I went to the comic festival this year. This comic challenge I mentioned was to do something else and sit at the PC and play video games, and of course to support my friends. Like that was the primary reason. But aside from supporting friends, I figure out that maybe I can do something creative that doesn't involve me looking at the screen. I figured it's healthy. As much as I love playing video games and sitting in front of a screen all day, I am fully aware that maybe sometimes we have to do something else. How about I actually go with those tentacles kind of below the panel? So they were gonna be going here, but below the panel, so that we can have this effect of the octopus going outside of its own panel into the panel of the other character, and going like under this. Let's see if this is possible. I don't know a thing about drawing, and everything I do here is basically learning as I go. Yeah, like this. Huh? It's not. It's a bit. No, I think it should be wider here. I think it should be like wider in here, and then going more narrow towards the end. Because right now it's a very narrow from the start. How about we make it more thick? It's a fictopus. We're gonna make a fictopus. It's just not over this. Yeah, like here and here. All right. Okay. So yeah, the reason we're seeing the octopus here is because the plot of this comic it's like a fantasy comic in which 3 characters, the wizard with a circle head, the knight with a rectangular head, and the rogue with the triangle head, they are fighting a space octopus that is terrorizing the city, and that's the entire premise. They're chasing this octopus because during this 8-hour comic marathon I mentioned, there was a prompt, and the prompt for this year was chase. So that's why they are chasing it. And the artists from the city, from my city, they gathered up and they drew their comics. I was fortunate to be among them and participate in this little challenge. And the idea is that since I only drew 5 out of 8 pages of the entire comic, I figured out that I might as well try and finish it here. I'm still not happy with this tentacle. Not sure what is wrong with it. Maybe I should just make it more smooth here. Yeah, alright, smooth here is good. And if you're hearing any music, this is Civilization 4 medley. Civilization 4. Never played the 4th one. I played a lot of the 5th one. I recently got the 6th one on Steam. I think it was like very cheap. And I think I'm gonna try it. Like, Civilization 5 was basically my top one played game on Steam when it comes to playtime, 2 hours, until Baldur's Gate 3 came and actually beaten the record. So yeah. Okay, let's encroach on the other panel as well. Like here-ish. Do it like this. Yeah. This one is not encroaching under the panel. Just not, let's not repeat the same trick twice, right? At least on the same side. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. So this side is mostly done, I suppose. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. And what about this one? Okay, so this one went over. This side went over, and those are going down. This should be definitely longer, right? This should be like going here in between the characters. This should like present them in some imminent danger. Okay. Let's go like this. Go back to this. And see where it leads us, you know? It's like Bob Ross said, no mistakes, only happy little accidents. It's all about the joy. And the other reason I decided to do this drawing stream is because, as I mentioned, I have a lot of artist friends, you know? They are drawing so amazing things, such an amazing things. They can you know, work with perspective, with characters, with lighting, with shading of their art. But unfortunately, I believe this is prevalent to many artists all around, is because at some point they're like, they have this encroaching feeling of, I'm not good enough, right? I'm not good enough. My art sucks. I should never share it with the world. I should never like present it to anyone. I should probably stop drawing because my art is so terrible. And it's not. It's really not, you know? And maybe by giving them an example of, hey, I don't draw, but I went on the internet publicly and I started drawing stuff. Maybe I can encourage them and tell them that, like, hey, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you think that your art is bad. You know, just enjoy it. Just draw it, because I did it, and I'm having fun. You know, so I hope I can also bring some positive stuff. Like, okay, this tentacle is too long now. I don't like it. Maybe not sure how to do it. All right. And now, right now, we're listening to Still Alive from Portal. Portal, very good game. I remember playing it, the first one, for the first time. It was such an adventure. Surprisingly short game, but very good. The character of GLaDOS has been has always been amazing to me. Even especially in Portal 2, you know, in Portal 2, even more when you team up with GLaDOS to fight off Whitley. It's a great experience, you know. Okay. Let's go like this. Here we should make it wider, and again, we're gonna do the same trick that we did here on the left side. We're gonna have the tentacle go wide at first, and then more narrow towards the end. I think that's the idea, because right now here, this is too thin here, and like established, we're making a Fictopus. So this Fictopus should be thick. Fictopus from Thicania. Go wide here. Narrow over the lines, break lines of the panel. Going narrow here, right? I think this is good. Okay. This is bringing us somewhere, I suppose. Actually, this is very flat, but if I do it like this, if I have an additional line here, I can already start indicating the suction cups that the tentacles have. Not sure how is it called in English, or even in Polish, to be honest. My primary language is Polish, so I'm not sure what that would be, but I think I can do it like this. Yeah, I mean, with some circles right here, I think we can go over it and just do it like this. All right, what else? let's leave it for the moment. I want to go back to the left side. And considering we had we are having those guys. If this is rounding up here, then the suction cups should be here, right? I don't know much about physics when it comes to octopuses, octopi. Octopi? I think that's the plural, octopi. Yeah. Definitely not octopuses. Octopuses, maybe. All right. This will be going like this up here. And right now we're having Living Earth by Clint Mansell from Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 3 was a very interesting experience for me. I loved the first game. Actually, I liked the first game. I loved the second game. The third game was solid, except for the ending. Something went wrong at some point, I believe. It was weird. I guess the tentacle is like twisting here, right? Because we're starting with the suction cups here, and then they're on this side. So I suppose that's being twisted. But yeah, Mass Effect 3. I will play it on stream again. I will play it on stream for the first time, so I'll play it again, but on stream. Right after we finish what? I'm thinking that right now we're finishing KOTOR 2 in my Monday slot for like sci-fi games. So this will be it. Then we go to Mass Effect 2. We should be at it for like 2 months, I suppose, every Monday. And then by the end of August, the Star Wars Outlaws is coming, so I'm gonna just rearrange my schedule again so that I am gonna play a lot of that. I want to experience how is it like to play a video game that has just launched, you know. I could have experienced it already recently when Elden Ring DLC launched, but I didn't want to. It is an RPG. It is a role-playing game, so it would fit maybe the idea of the channel, but I felt like, you know, jumping on the bandwagon. Everyone is playing it actually at this point, so I figured maybe I can do something else. It's all about having fun, and I'm not sure if I would have fun in a skill-based game on stream. All right, what about the cups here? I think it should be like here, right? And the lower part, like here, and then it twists to here, right? To this part. Circle, 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 circle. Yeah, something like this. More circles. All right. Wow. All right. I'm even doing some shading. I'm afraid of this. Yeah, I once read that there's nothing more horrifying for an adult person to actually try out a new thing, because they might find out that they actually can do it, and they're once again open to the infinite potential of doing that thing, right? So when you're a kid and when you're learning new things, you're like, whoa, I can do it. And then you start doing it, and then you get better at it. And then, you know, it's a new skill. And then towards the adulthood, I think that we have lost some of this drive maybe to try out new things, because we are already established when it comes of our career, our hobbies. We're rather stick to our hobbies and spend money of our existing hobbies rather than try something new, for example. Out of the fear of not being good enough, apparently, because that's how the society is. You have to be good enough, tall enough to ride, basically, right? Like in the funfair, you have to be tall enough to ride. You have to be that good enough to have fun, or to be able to do that. And I don't think that's true. But it takes a little bit of will to try out new things. That's what I'm doing today, trying out new things, basically. And I feel that, with every line that I draw, I can learn something new. I started with basically some octopus and made it very flat. Then I figured out I might as well, curve them here. I might as well curve them there. Curve them under the panels. And right now I'm even, adding those suction cups here. So it's beginning to look like an actual octopus. I mean, space octopus, of course. All right. So how about I continue with here? And here I can make use of this side of the panel because I won't be putting anything else here. So might as well prolong it a little bit. Prolong the tentacle, yeah, like this. Very easy. And let's go like here-ish. And let's create this very wide set of suction cups, of suctions. Yeah. All right. City of Rome, Jasper Kid from Assassin's Creed 2. Actually, no, that's probably Brotherhood, right? Yeah, it's Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed 2, great game, great memories. Ezio's trilogy, the best Assassin's Creed experience ever. There was no better one. I don't believe there ever will be. You cannot top that. You cannot top 3 games of a character being developed across those 3 games. From a young, rash boy that is Ezio and is chasing, shall we say, carnal pleasures with the lovely ladies of Italy, of Florence, to this wise mentor that we see towards the end of the game, end of the last game, when he goes to Masyaf and explains the Assassin's Code, the Brotherhood Code, to the lady. Who was that? Who was the lady? I don't remember the name, but that's what he does. How about I go even higher here? Could I go even higher? Maybe I can go higher. Let's see how it looks if I go higher. I think it's good. Maybe tentacles feel so nice to draw because I've been playing too much of Baldur's Gate 3. And of course with mind flayers and all of that stuff, you might as well have it. Yeah, okay. All right. This looks a little bit off. I think it's going over the panel, but not going under it. I think because I made the cups here, it just gets super close to this. Maybe I can shorten it. Can I shorten it a little bit? Just a little bit, yeah, like this, so that it doesn't feel like it should go under, but it's not going entirely like this. All right, that sounds like a plan. Okay, what about this part? Maybe here we can start early. I mean, with all of those points here, we're starting pretty early. I should be keeping to the light. Wait, I should also make some rearrangements on the table. Give me a moment. It's gonna put it like here, clean it up. Clean it up. This is the zone. Just hide the lamp to the best of my skill. All right. As long as I keep to the light here, you guys gonna see something. All right. This is good. So we are talking about this one. Let's start here. And then it should go more here. We need to go more like this, because we need to have space for the suction cups. Hop, hop, hop. So this needs to be wider, like this, and this, and this. Okay, get rid of those extra lines. Yeah, doing a sketch is fun. Doing a sketch is fun because you're basically allowing yourself to not, you don't have this feeling of, oh, it has to be perfect. The lines have to be perfectly aligned or whatever. You're just drawing whatever and hoping for the best. I like that about drawing. No, it's fun. Although, of course, since this is traditional art and not digital art, there is no Control Z. There's no Control Z to go back on your mistakes. Okay. I suppose here. No, that's too much. That's too much. It's gonna be too much. How about I do this? And here we're having Halo. Martin O'Donnell, Michael Salvatori. From the game Halo, right? Never played it. Never played Halo myself. Halo is a series that was an exclusive on Xbox for the longest time, right? My first console was PS4 Pro, actually. So I have never experienced Halo. I only see it. I only saw it. My friend played on stream for some time. It was one of the newer releases. I think it was a remake of the original or something like this. And there was a button that you could press that would change the graphics, the visuals, in between the remastered and the original one. And you could see how different the game looked, of course, compared to the older times. Very interesting experience to see a game like this. I'm not the biggest fan of remasters, remakes. Like recently, Ubisoft did a remake of a remake or a remaster. I think remaster is the correct word here, of Beyond Good and Evil. It's one of my probably favorite games that I played as a kid. I never returned to this, to be honest. Maybe I would like to play it to see how it changed, but I don't like the idea of spending money on the newer release, just to see it in better graphics or something like this. I could probably launch the old one. It would look terrible. Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth investment. To get some childhood memories back. Although, would I get them back even, or would they be, something else? All right. What's wrong with this one? I think it's too short here, right? I think we can do something more with this part of the tentacle. Okay. So let's do it like this maybe. Maybe that's better. Yeah. I mean the lengths of those tentacles are of course all over the place, but that's okay. It's a space octopus. It can be whatever it is. If you meet a space octopus, don't tell it that their tentacles are too long or too short or whatever. It's probably not being a good sport. That's a weird angle, but if I go like this, the circles here, and what? And the circles here, I suppose, right? Circle, circle, circle. There's something wrong with how it flows. Maybe it should be wider here, a little bit wider. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little, just a little. Okay. Oh, yeah. It's weird. It's weird, but maybe it can be weird. You know, maybe it's okay to be weird. It's a space octopus. So what about the head? We should probably do something about the head. It looks like we have an extra space here that we could use. Maybe make it bigger. It shouldn't be too big, and it should be going from this narrow kind of a neck thing. Let's just see. Just see what options do we have. Can go like this and here, straight here. A little bit bigger. Oh, this is good. This is looking good. So it's not like a circle. It counts like an egg, right? Egg that it's still like narrowed down even more. Yeah, I'm thinking about the when I watched it, when I draw this, I'm thinking of the Mind Flayer from Baldur's Gate 3, and I think that's just the shape that we want here. Yeah, actually, this looks more scary than the roundish head that it had before. And because this is still like a silly comic book, let's give it eyes like this. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is the octopus. All right. Now it looks bad. Okay. I'm not sure. Not sure how to draw octopus eyes. Is it better like this? Ooh, very scary. No, should it be angry? It should be angry. Okay. This is why I elected to have the simple shapes as heads, because I can't really like do emotions, but I believe that the angry emotion is like going reverse, right? Like this, one eye, and this. Okay, this looks like an alien. All right, whatever it is, maybe like a triangle-ish, more triangle-ish like. Triangle is, oh yeah, actually going around is bad. Going around is bad. How about we do like a very acute angles and go with a triangle shape. Something like this. Okay. Almost. We're getting there. Still not it, but yeah, we can do it in post. We can do it when we're gonna be drawing it for real. Okay. So here we have something, I suppose. About the background, I'm thinking, is there anything I should put in the background? Probably not. Let's figure out the characters right now, right? So we've made some space for the characters. And in the previous panel, the characters have unleashed their attacks on the octopus. So I'm wondering if those should like emanate from them the way they emanated from those points here, right? The hammer is here emanating with the shockwave. The kind of a bow is implied here emanating with the rain of arrows, and then spells are emanating from this one. So this should be the attack, you know? They're making the attack. We want to showcase their powers combined. But how do I do that against the tentacles? Not sure. Okay. All right. So, how about I pick one from which I start? There's a lot of space here on the left side from the wizard character. So maybe I could go here and do the fireball, right? The wizard is casting multiple fireballs, and just as the octopus is going to their panels, the fireballs or the attacks should be going towards the octopus, right? So we're gonna go with fireball here. Kind of. And another fireball here. The entire comic will be in black and white, so the fire needs to be, probably needs to be marked in some creative way. Yeah, like fire, comet, kind of a descending here. Another fire comet here. All right, flames, flames, flames. So here are here's the fire going towards the octopus, and I'm not sure. Do I fit the last one here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna fit the last one here. Maybe it's a smaller one. Maybe I can go over the octopus, right? It probably makes sense for the fire to go over. I just have to be brave. Not be afraid of doing that. Sometimes when I initially drew this, right, those tentacles were all flat, and only later I kind of go over my own previous tentacles. So if I go with a fireball like this, right, like this, it's covering part of the octopus. It's okay. And even going further, no, you have to be brave. You have to be brave to draw over your own stuff. It's gonna be fire here. Of course, yeah, this will be empty. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something, right? Wizards attacking a space octopus with fire. That sounds good. Fireball is of course the staple D&D spell for wizards. Although recently during the Curse of Strahd campaign that I'm participating in, it's actually something less flashy that won the day. We have been fighting a kind of a tree. Imagine like a witch's hat that is on the tree, I believe. And we established that there's a powerful magical aura in that, like transmutation, necromancy, something like this. And of course the hat came to life at some point during the fight. And I figured out, okay, so if it's attacking us, it must be some sort of a construct, you know? Some sort of a, well, not really a creature, but a construct, technically. Well, okay, maybe creature construct, right? But the idea was that, okay, it must be powered by magic. It's not like it's standing alive. So I cast Dispel Magic on it, and it actually rendered it inert for 1 minute, which gave us enough time, which is right now technically giving us enough time to where do I put the last one? Here maybe? Maybe here actually. There's a space here. So the Dispel Magic is giving us time to basically chop the magical hat / tree to pieces. And it's not attacking, you know. The hat also was made of not vines, like not tentacles, like roots. It had roots, so with those roots it was attacking, doing a lot of damage, pushing us and doing all sorts of stuff. But once it was disabled, I think we're in the clear, right? Because the party could focus on the actual hag that is the enemy there, or hags plural, because there's a couple of them. So I think that was a big win for our party and for my character casting that spell. Alright, so the fireballs are coming in, right? The true inferno attack. I'm thinking that maybe there should be like probably some more of those like fire-like lines, right? Yeah, like imagine one going through the middle more, like this, and here. Okay, yeah. Maybe the other way around. Maybe to signify that it's coming towards it, it should be going wider here and narrow towards the back. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, like this, and going to the narrow parts. Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. All right. So yeah, here's the fireball part of the attack. We can make our character bigger here. You know, I'm not really good at planning the space that I'm gonna be using. But since we are left with this particular piece of land, you know, it's free real estate for the wizard. Wizard can now be bigger. Like here. Mighty wizard casting fireballs. Alright. Kind of. Yeah, might as well. It's a kind of a placeholder. I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't be like angled like this. Maybe it should be angled just the opposite. So that it... Because right now it signifies that it's on the same line as the fireballs. And he's not, right? Let's see how it looks like if I turn him around a little bit. Okay. How about I do it like this? Yeah, maybe that way he looks like he's guiding the fireballs towards. Okay, I don't like this, but I think I like the idea of flipping him a bit better. All right, how about I go like this? Okay. And circle here and legs. And if I draw his magical staff. Oh, I think that's perfect. I'm gonna draw his magical staff across, pointed towards the octopus. So we're gonna be doing like this. Hey, Esgal is here. Hello, Esgal. How are you doing? Welcome. So a quick introduction, Esgal. You know that I play RPG games, and this is not an RPG game, right? Okay, RPGs, not RPG games. I shouldn't be saying RPG games. Doesn't make sense. So quick recap, Esgal. Last week, my artist friends took me to a event in our city that is a comic marathon in which you are supposed to draw 8 panels of a comic, 8 pages of a comic in 8 hours, right? It's sort of a challenge. It's sort of a way to have some fun, you know, with your fellow artists. And I am not an artist, right? But last year I went to the event and I made, you know, throughout 8 hours I made 8 panels of a comic, not 8 pages. So yeah, I made such a comic last year, and this year I came to help my friend with a script of her own comic, and you know, just to hang out with my artist friends. And I figured out, since the theme of this year's like a challenge was the chase, I started drawing, and I actually drew some, you know, like you can see the first page here, you know, the second page here. Where is it? Sorry. Second page, right? The first page, fourth page, fifth page, and I made 5 pages last Saturday, and I figured out that I might as well try to continue and finish the comic, in which 3 fantasy-like characters, which you can see, I think, in the introductory. Yeah, you can see the introductory panels. Like this, the wizard, as you can see, because he has a magical staff. He has a round head. There's a knight with a hammer and a shield and a rectangle head, and there's like a roguish character with a triangle head and 2 daggers. So those characters are chasing the space octopus. Show me once again, please. What do you want me to show? Maybe I was going too fast, so just let me know. What do you want to see? Unless we are on here. Cards, okay. So let's go with the first one. This is the first one, where there's a title, The Chase, and the story is that 3 adventurers, the wizard, the knight, and the rogue, are looking for a job, right? They're living in this lovely city, typical fantasy city that we have. Long time ago, it was super cool, but you know, it's never so easy, because this is how the plot begins always. They were sitting in the tavern, you know, just discussing stuff. This is kind of a, you know, D&D style map with a overhead look. And then there's like the wizard is selling, my friends, we need to get a job, because it's not easy, it's not cheap to live in the taverns like this. So let's find a job. The rogue is saying it's not so easy to find a job right now because the dragons are dead, the princes are like not in need of helping, blah blah blah. And it's not like the job is looking for a person. And still, someone comes in and shouts like, "Help! There's a space octopus going ravaging the town, right? Terrorizing the town." And there it is, the space octopus, as you can see behind the window, saying "boo" because it's so scary. And the characters are ready to go out and chase the octopus, and so they do. On the third page, we have a couple of panels. There's an overhead view of a city. There's a river. There are some buildings, and they're fighting, right? They're fighting the space tentacles here. They're trying to find the space octopus. The knight character is like, "You cannot hide from me. I see everything." But the octopus is actually right below him under the bridge. So this is it. They finally get to the octopus, from all sides. They trap them. But the octopus is a space octopus, of course. So it's opening a portal. And then the chase begins because the theme of the comic must be chase. So they're chasing it through the mountains, through the forest, through the desert, and underwater even. From portal to portal, they're just chasing this octopus. But in the end, they decide that the time is now, and they're unleashing their special skills. Unleashing their ultimates. The righteous hammer drops in, the arrow of 1,000, the rain of 1,000 arrows, and then like some sort of Armageddon fireball the wizard is casting here. And that's the story so far. We are currently on the 6th panel, in which we have the fight, right? We have the fight. There's an octopus here. I still don't like the eyes. Yeah, let's leave the eyes for the moment. The octopus is here in the middle, and the wizard is casting fireballs, and the other characters will be unleashing their attacks as well. So yeah, so this is it. I'm drawing stuff. Because I can't. I'm not an artist, but I don't care, right? I want to have fun. I want to finish this. There's nothing better, I think, in life than feeling of accomplishment after finishing something. Anything. It can be finishing a video game, finishing a TV series, finishing a drawing, finishing a project, basically. And since I made 5 pages last week during the event, I figured out I might as well do this. Especially because for the time being, the Saturday streams will be off because I'll be moving to Wednesday starting next month. So yeah, why not do something like this, which is also helping me test new things. The camera placement, that is not on me but on the desk. I hope you can see something. Let me know if you can. If you're on, I think that on the small screen, if you're on a mobile, you probably won't see too much. But maybe if you're on full screen on desktop, you would be able to see something, at least accurately. And that's one thing I'm testing today. The other thing is actually music that you can hear in the background. The music is basically a best of video games music playlist on Spotify, and I'm thinking that it should be like this, so that it is hearable on stream, but it won't be hearable on the VOD on Twitch, so that way we can avoid some copyright strikes. Maybe the octopus should be like a space void empty with stars inside, like from a different plane. Yes. Like I haven't figured out the details of how the octopus will look like. The idea is that the comic will be in black and white, just like the last year's comic I did. I'm not planning on adding any colors to it. To be honest, I don't have that much colors. Like everything I have, is this. I have a couple of pencils, couple of like thingies that are of different width when it comes to writing that with black. I don't really have that many colors. I never tried working with colors, so maybe next year I'm gonna try to do something with colors. But I like the way you're thinking. I like the way you're thinking with the space void empty. Maybe I can do something. Like maybe I can add some shimmer, or maybe I can just do the octopus, right? That's enough colors. You stay with black and white, yeah. Probably. I mean, I well, I don't have time and will to do everything in color, but I imagine that having an accent of the comic with the octopus being in some shimmering color, I have to ask in your model for some, pens that are like glittery or something like this. Maybe I could work with that as well. Interesting, interesting. But yeah, but basically this is it. Colors are hard too. Yeah, yeah. What are colors? I'm a basic male. I don't know that many colors. you know. All right, this is clear. So the fireballs. I figure out that if the fireballs are coming like this, they can obscure the wizard. Why not? I could add another fireball or maybe give him lower. No, like if I do another fireball like here. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. I'm gonna add another fireball. And the music playing right now is Commander and Conquered Hell March by Frank Klepatsky. And how are you doing, Esgal, today? After your great victory over the Wasps yesterday? Was there any retaliation from the Wasp Nation? Hopefully not. Alright. Alright, so the wizard is basically leading the fireballs with his magical staff. Leading the fireballs towards the octopus. I think that maybe we can squeeze another one here, right? Like there, it's not a space that we're using. And we can even maybe we can cover partially the appendage here. Like this. And here. Draw it like this. A smaller one, kind of, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I should probably erase this part to better portray the covering. Yeah. Okay, something like this. So the reason I'm working on this comic is because every comic that was part of this 8-hour challenge that the people draw, either during the challenge itself or finished at home, you can then like submit it through the form, and it will be added to the digital kind of a PDF, kind of a zine format in which other people can give their comics to. And while I'm not looking for fame or anything from that, it will be pretty cool to just have something like this. I think I have 2 weeks to finish this comic. Looking by the time, I'm gonna finish this panel definitely very soon, and then I think aside from this one, I need 2 more pages. I already have the panels, the squares, ready to be filled. And then, of course, the next part will be taking some of those pens and outlining it correctly, removing all the pencil marks and everything. That's probably the idea. All right. So you can try double exposure effects on the octopus like you did with portals. Oh yeah, like this is it. I had the portal here, right? With something in the background, something in here. And here there's also mountains, even though they're in the forest. So maybe this is the octopus that is traveling. I mean that you see through it different things. And I can't hear you. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm speaking to you. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3. Nope. Okay. Alright, something broke. Give me a sec. Okay. How about now? Can you hear me? Maybe now can you hear me? Because on the mixer I can see... Okay, you can't hear me probably. Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now? One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Still nothing. Are you sure? Wait. Maybe I can check on Twitch if the sound is going through. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. I think it's on your end. Yeah, I think it's on your end. All right. All right. I hope that Esgal can get back to us. Let's see. Now, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it was on your end. I have suspicion it was on your end. But yeah, we are here. We're here. So my fault here? No, it's not a fault. You know, we are in the art stream, and as Bob Ross once said, it's not like mistakes. It's happy little accidents, right? Happy little accidents. And the happy little accident here is that we need to go and draw something. So there's a knight here. We've already established that maybe putting them along the line of their attack, so towards the octopus, is better than having them stand like this. Oh, there's actually a Bob Rose emote. All right, yeah, exactly. Bob Rose emote is probably mostly the most accurate, appropriate emote for today's stream. Let me turn the knight around. All right, I'm gonna go with like this. I think it's maybe too high, but it's okay. Alright, the music in the background is Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker by the London Philharmonic Orchestra. Never played Legend of Zelda. Okay, no, that's not fair. I played Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and it bored me. Unfortunately, Legend of Zelda did not work for me. It was a beautiful open world that I didn't know what I should do in. I was just walking around trying to follow the story. Then I was like lost for a moment, and then I didn't know where to go. Basically, I was trying to do some of the shrines, you know, but it wasn't very interesting for me. So unfortunately, I did not get the Legend of Zelda experience. Maybe that people are enjoying so much. How about I put the hammer over the head of the octopus and just write bonk on it? Maybe that's something that could work. Oh, but right now we are having the Icarus, so main team from Deus Ex Human Revolution by Michael McCann. Human Revolution, oh my goodness, such a great game. It was such a great game that when I saw the early version, the early gameplay, I was part of the closed presentation at CD Projekt Red for Cyberpunk 2077. And when I seen the gameplay, I was like, I have already seen that in Deus Ex. You know, I do not need another game like this. It was very similar in terms of team and like gameplay at that presentation. So the game might have changed a little bit. Not to say that Cyberpunk is bad. It just wasn't the game for me, because if I want to have a Cyberpunk, you know, futuristic experience with those with augmentations and the dilemmas of humanity and you know, stuff, I would rather go for Deus Ex. So yeah, that's my story when it comes to Cyberpunk. Okay, so hammer. How do I draw it so that it's like a bonk? Maybe if I go like bonk and a cloud. No, probably not. Probably not. I should probably do it like this. Exactly. All right. Edgal is agreeing with me on in terms of Deus Ex. I mean, maybe Deus Ex. I played the Human Revolution. I have started Mankind Divided, but I did not. I think I played only a couple of hours. Wait, let me check my Steam actually. I think I can check my Steam right now, and we're gonna see. Yes, so Human Revolution, I have 62 hours, which equals to probably one entire playthrough and some. The Missing Links of the DLC finished once, 9 hours, and Mankind Divided only 10 hours, right? So I started playing it, I never continued for whatever reason. Maybe I should play it on stream, you know? Maybe I should play Deus Ex Human Revolution on stream. Not Human Revolution, Mankind Divided. It should be an interesting experience because it's a game I have, well, technically will be the first playthrough in terms of, for all accounts and purposes, it will be the first playthrough, I suppose, because I don't remember the story at all. So yeah. Cool game? Yeah, I believe so. You know, the Deus Ex was really cool. And the dilemmas that social dilemmas that are presented there are very, very interesting to me. And it's not as you know, ugly as Cyberpunk. And please note that when I'm saying ugly, I do not mean the graphics. I mean the general vibe, like the cyberpunkish elements or like the augmentation culture in Deus Ex is very like clinical. It's clean, right? Like for the most part, of course, there are like places in the game in which you can see some CD workshop underground when they're trying to give you a metal hand or something like this. But the idea that you start the game in this corporate world, kind of, and they are making it's very like pure and clean and very nice. Whereas in Cyberpunk, I think the idea is like, you know, streets, gangs, everything. Very good written side characters, adult social dilemmas. Right, yeah, so Mankind Divided, you know what, I think Mankind Divided would fit the Monday slot that I'm doing. So if we are doing like KOTOR 2 right now, right, if we are doing KOTOR 2 right now, and then we are going to play Mass Effect 2, because that was original plan, so that we can get to Star Wars Outlaws in time. Then probably after, maybe either Mass Effect 3, or maybe you could have Deus Ex, actually. That could be interesting, right? At some point. And there is a real challenge when it comes to solving problems with talking. Oh, that's good. That's good. I think Human Revolution had this system, Casey or something like this was the system, an augmentation that you could get, and you had to lean upon whether the character was. It was something related to pheromones, right? You really have to pay attention to what you're saying. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so I remember correctly. Because sometimes you just need to, you know, if the person is identified as a beta, if in terms of personality, then you probably need to press upon them. But if they're an alpha, you probably want to appeal to their ego or something like this. So yeah, so that was interesting. All right, so we need to draw a the Sir Rex Tangiel, who is a very brave knight and fights with a hammer. If I do it like this, maybe closer to this, right, like this, and with a hammer going here and here. Maybe for now, I think that should be okay. Let me give it some more detail. Okay, right now it doesn't look like a hammer. It looks like more like those, like a broom, basically. But how do you turn a broom into a hammer? You do it by adding this thing, right? Yeah, and now it's a hammer. Kind of hammer. It should be like this. Okay. I can just write here bonk incoming or something like this. Because if I wanted to make a full bonk, I think I would have to, I don't know, draw a hammer here and imply that the head is being crushed, you know. It's all jelly, right? So maybe it would be not even that difficult. Like here-ish and then bonk? Wait, let me just try it on some other place. If I have the octopus like this, right, the head of the octopus, and I go with a hammer, hammer, and we would like to showcase that it is crushing the head. It should probably go a little bit further, right? Hammer. And here. Here-ish. Probably won't be able to nail the physics. That's beyond my skill right now. So let's do it like just like this. Alright, it's alright. Right now playing is Liberi Fatally, or Liberi Fatali from Final Fantasy VIII by Nobuo Uematsu. Never played any Final Fantasy game aside from trying to play Final Fantasy XIV, the MMO one. It was not a good experience for me, because the moment I wanted to play it, I think it was during the Shadowbringers expansion, if I'm not mistaken. And the thing was that the free trials could not really connect right away, because there was a queue to the servers, right? Something that I'd never experienced in Guild Wars 2. A queue to the servers. I experienced it in World of Warcraft, in Final Fantasy, but never in Guild Wars 2, which is why I find their server architecture superior to any other MMO that there is. And there is not like a maintenance. There was never like a maintenance part, to be honest, in Guild Wars 2. But that's not to glorify Guild Wars 2. It's just I couldn't really get into the game, and I couldn't really play whatever I want, which kind of like crossed out Final Fantasy for me, because I realized that I'm a free-to-play player on a trial. I realized that there are people out there paying for it, but if you want me to start paying for your game, then let me play it, let me test it, right? And if maybe that's also not fair, because during the Shadowbringers, during the expansion, I imagined that a lot of people were playing, like everyone was playing from the main base, and probably a lot of people like me were trying to check out the game. And unfortunately, I could not check it out properly. Plus, in one of the first quests I was doing, you had to kill squirrels, and I didn't like it. Those are like rabbit squirrels, of course, but you know, I wasn't really sure why I'm killing them, as opposed to the initial quest in the human area in Guild Wars 2, when you're fighting bandits because they're stealing crops, destroying the water pump, whatever. There was some backstory to it, and there wasn't a backstory. I believe. I may be mistaken, so apologies if I'm bashing over the game for no reason, but it just did not bring me any joy. Alright. And now we all become from Transistor. Transistor, very nice game. Very nice experience. Speaking about Cyberpunk, like motifs and everything like this. Alright. I think I can... Oops, I moved myself away from the field of view. Very nice romantic game. Yes, and you wouldn't expect so, right? You wouldn't expect so that there will be like a... well, maybe not straight romance, but romantic elements in it. Haven't finished it though. Oh, it's a short one. You can probably finish it in one evening if you have started already. So shouldn't be a problem. I like it. I like it. I like the idea of the builds that you could make there as well. I think one of my builds that I was playing with was related to some effects that are happening during dodges. That was what I played with in Transistor. But I remember that towards the end of the game, and especially the final moments of the game, I had to change my build to something more durable because jumping around was not enough. I needed more HP, more defenses, or something like this. All right. Yeah. So we have the wizard casting fireballs. That's why he got entire panel, while the knight and the rogue are squeezed together on this side here. So we can have some. The wizard casts Armageddon basically with a lot of fireballs, so he needed that space. And as for the guy that does bonk, I think that's not really necessary. But I think the idea is clear, right? The hammer is going over the panels, over the barriers, the edges of the panels. So it shows that it's an attack. I mean, I imagine that it shows an attack. And now we're having Brian Tyler and Assassin's Creed Black Flag playing in the background. Hopefully not too loud. And hopefully you can hear it over the sound of my voice. Sorry, not. Hopefully you can see this. You can hear the sound of my voice over the background of the music. That's that's how it should be stacked. As guys saying, yep, I'm actually near the final moments, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it's how long is Transistor? Like let me check on how long to beat. Okay. How long to beat Transistor? Main story average 6 hours. So definitely doable. Definitely doable. Oh, 6 hours. It's actually even like a one stream. You could do it in one stream. Well, yeah. Assassin's Creed. I already talked about Assassin's Creed today. That Ezio's trilogy is my favorite. And although after Ezio's trilogy, Black Flag is probably my second favorite. Not because it's a good Assassin's Creed game, it's a great pirate game. It's an amazing pirate game. You know, I loved sailing. I loved the shanties. I love the vibes of the islands and the characters that you encounter there. So that was a very interesting experience. I think fondly of Black Flag. Incidentally, it was the last Assassin's Creed I really played, because after Black Flag was what, the one that takes place in Paris, right? Unity, I think. I did not play it. Then it was the Syndicate, did not play it, and then at some point they went into this new Assassin's Creed games, starting with Origins in Egypt, then the Odyssey in Greece, and then Valhalla in way too big England and places there. And I never played those new Assassin's Creed games. If I were to choose one, I would probably go with Origins, due to my recent trip to Egypt. I believe some of the places featured in the game I've actually visited, the Karnak Temple, or like the pyramids of Giza, the Sphinx. All of those things I have actually seen. So it would be very interesting to actually see that in the game. All right. So how do I actually? Actually, I have an idea. What if I do the comic? It is a comic, right? So I could go with a star, or like a bubble here, and by bubble I mean like something like this that covers some of the hammer, some of the head. The hammer should be then closer, but I can mask the. Yeah, I said that I cannot do this. I cannot do like a impact. But if I do hammer next to the head and then cover it with a bubble and say bonk in the bubble, then it should probably work, right? Yeah. This is what I like about not being able to draw. Not being trained to draw. Every time I encounter a problem, I need to find a solution to the problem. It's actually surprisingly, we say that drawing it's about creativity, right? But we never associate drawing with problem solving and creative thinking. We associate drawing with like skills and art and just proficiency in being able to draw something, but we never consider drawing or like painting or everything with problem solving. I think this is an interesting observation that you. It's also like maybe it's not only drawing, right? It can be said with any area in which you do not have proficiency, because if you do not have the proficiency, you do not know how to. You do not have this automatic reaction of knowing how to do stuff, right? It's the same thing like actually with Esgal. We've been playing Guild Wars 2 at some point, and we have went to the dungeon, which is a 5 people content, and we went there together as 2 people. And we finished the dungeon, but every encounter that we had along the way with the enemies, it was like we needed to think outside the box, learn our skills, learn our class, like features, and then we could only go through it like reasonably. Okay, if I write the hammer like this, it's not good because it's going down way lower than the character is. Okay. I have to try it finally. I think you're referring to Black Flag, right? Sailing pirates, water, my thing. Yes. You know, Black Flag is really fun. It's really fun. You are a kind of a drunk pirate guy who pretends to be an assassin and has a ship and has a crew, and it's really fun. If I want to make a hammer next to the head, I would have to put the knight further. He would have to go outside of his frame. Maybe he would have to go like this, like this, and then hammer goes like this. Okay, it's tricky. It's tricky. But yeah, it's all about finding solutions, right? So. And now we're hearing Portal 2 soundtrack. Once You Gone. I think it's a song from the finale of Portal 2, if I'm not mistaken. This guy's saying, by the way, I have 8.8 hours on Transistor. But I was basically trying to go everywhere. All right. Yeah, I mean, the 6 hours that I said that I found on the How Long to Beat was the main game, kind of. How Long to Beat Transistor. But it says here that main story plus extras, actually no, completionist, so going for everything, it says here it's 16 hours. I believe it equals to 2 playthroughs maybe, if necessary. But main plus extras is like 840, yeah. So definitely you can spend more in this game. Absolutely. Okay. And Esgal, how's the veterinarian, the vet visit? Did you take the cat to the vet as you planned? Alright, so I destroyed the lines a little bit. Let's put the lines back on. Back online, haha. Funny joke. Okay. Let's start. Let's assume this is the shape of the head. And let's assume this is the shape of the bonk cloud. Alright, like this. Should go here. And then from this, I believe the hammer should track like this. We should be able to see some of the hammer from behind the cloud, but not too much. Okay. I took she was really calm during the visit. Oh, that's nice. And it seems that she's a little older than I assumed, probably 2-3 years. So it seems that probably somebody ditched her before summer. Aw. That's unfortunate. And really mean, if you think about it, If you have a cat, don't ditch it. Don't ditch your cat. Cats are friends. Alright, now the hammer. But, I'm glad that she found you. Because it's not the other way around. It's not the human finding the cat, it's the cat finding the human, right? Alright, hammer. It's still not going the way I want. I need to angle it differently. Yeah, like... This is a knight. The knight in shining armor is attacking with a hammer. If I wanted to go that way... I want it that way. I think like this. I'm gonna figure out how to draw the silhouette later. But... I'm gonna go with this. And how about the hammer goes like this? Okay. Hammer, all right. And now we're hearing Ori and the Blind Forest. Never played Ori games. It's somewhere on my to playlist, I suppose. A cute platformer. Okay, why not? Okay, and this will be covered by a like a bonk cloud. We're gonna see. We may need to make it bigger. We may need to make it bigger, but not too big. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be like this. So depending on the results, I can start introducing both cats to each other. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Right now I'm waiting. Okay, blood test results. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Played, enjoyed somehow, but it's tough as tough rock. Okay. all right. So Ori is tricky. Yeah, the only thing I know about not Tori. Oh, the only thing I know about Ori, the game, Ori and the Blind Forest. I think your model played Ori and the Blind Forest, and she specifically said that she ditched it at some point because there was a very tricky like puzzle which involved precise movement, and I think she was playing on the keyboard and she couldn't like get the input right, and she never tried to play on the controller, I think, which maybe it would be easier, right? Because some inputs when it comes to platformers are probably easier on the gamepad, on the controller. But with that said, she dropped the game and never finished it, I believe. In some moments, it's frustrating. Okay. So basically what your model said as well. Hammer. If I put him here, his hammer will be okay. Very long, actually. Too long. Like it should be the length of the staff, right? And it's like 4 centimeters. So 4 centimeters, it should be here, right? So if 4 centimeters is about this, it's not like canon that the hammer is such length, but for that basically being like consistent with each other, I think that we should do it like this. So if hammer is striking like this, then the knight should be positioned like this, right? So going way over the line, which I can pretend adds to his character, right? Because he's kind of a hot-headed character. First to fight, first to fall, first to save the fair maidens and everything like this. So let's do it like this. Yeah, okay. Alright. I can draw for shit. Alright. Okay. And there should be a shield as well. Somewhere here. He has a shield. When I was a kid and I was playing my first D&D characters, my first D&D character eventually had a sword and a shield. And I never paid much attention to blunt weapons, to hammers, maces, morning stars, all of those. And now that I'm playing, video games or like imagining characters, I'm actually really big fan of those hammers You know, kind of a Reinhardt style hammer down from Overwatch, from the first Overwatch. As guys saying, I played on controller and I somehow managed these tricky moments, but my friend who haven't played so many games was really frustrated with steep difficulty, which was rapidly changing and never finished. And to be honest, I don't plan to finish it. Okay, so there right now I know 2 people who have played Ori but have not finished it. Maybe I should challenge myself to finish it for you guys. How about that? If you and your model never finished it, maybe I should do it so that you can see the entire story minus the frustration of playing it on your own, and with an added bonus of seeing me being possibly frustrated over it, right? I think I even have. I should be. If you want to be frustrated, be my guest. That's an interesting challenge. Then maybe we can check that out. I have to add it to the ideas. Idea at Ori playthrough. Okay, the bot will add it to the list. I'm gonna have it on the list later. Play the. Okay, I can't even write. That's okay. Please ignore. I'm gonna know what it is. All right. So the problem here is that the knight has gone here, so we have an empty space here. Not sure what to do with it. Maybe I could move this character here and then use this place to deliver the attack, because he's attacking with arrows. Could be interesting. Maybe try Super Meat Boy first. I don't like the aesthetics of Super Meat Boy, to be honest. Like, I don't know. There's something that doesn't click when I look at it. But I'm not sure if putting Super Meat Boy and Ori and the Blind Forest in the same category is accurate. Because I understand that Super Meat Boy is rather difficult game. Just to see how difficult the things may be. You know what? In my maybe that's wrong, because I haven't played Ori yet. But in my brain, Ori is a easier game than Super Meat Boy. You know, when I'm thinking Super Meat Boy, I'm thinking about all those precise jumps and very rapid pace. I'll refer to gaming style. Okay, and in my mind, it's like if I were to play Super Meat Boy, I would probably grow frustrated. But in my brain, it's like if I played Ori and the Blind Forest, I would probably have a nice time. I'm not sure if that's correct. The only way to see it is, of course, to check it out. But I don't know. Maybe I should try it. All right, I should also drink something. All right. So we have the knight. We have the knight in this page. This part will be covered with the bonk cloud. So we should probably also draw it before we go to the next character. I actually erased the character. All right. So before I do that, I should probably do this. Like, let's imagine I'm drawing a cloud. A cloud, or it should be like a spiky cloud, maybe. Let's say it's a spiky cloud. Right, and to our best, let's try to erase the middle while preserving everything outside. Not easy, but we can do that probably. You know what? No, spiky cloud doesn't work for me. I think I would rather have a regular cloud, which also works, I believe. And say bonk. Yeah, I think this is good. I may still like try to pretend it's being crushed. The head is being crushed. Kind of like the cloud is doing the censorship of the crash, and it's also hiding my inability to draw an actual impact. So yeah, creative problem solving at its finest. Yeah, the implication of the hammer is here. we're gonna have some hammer remaining here, the backside of the hammer, maybe, and the bonk. All right, so that's probably the direction in which I would like to go. All right. It's easier, but Ori requires, in my opinion, precise Korean fingers on later stages. All right, which I think I somehow developed playing years ago. Super Meat Boy. Okay, all right. You know what? You had my what was that? You had my attention, but now you have my curiosity from the meme, from the Leonardo DiCaprio movie. So I might try it. I might actually try it. All right, the knight is doing the bonk. The wizard is casting Armageddon. We also have the third character in the party, who is a roguish character. And this roguish character, according to the last panel, it unleashed. Sorry, not here. Yeah, actually here in the middle, unleashed the rain of 1,000 arrows. So this should be pretty easy to draw, if I do it correctly. Maybe I could make it like smaller actually, like here, you know, triangle head, because that's how we depict this character. Legs, and continue with the arrow rain, right? The arrows that will darken the skies, basically. Not this. The angle is bad. But that way I can dedicate more space to the arrow attack, and not that much to the character. But that's okay. You know, a roguish character like to be in the back, right? Usually in the back of someone else, but in this case, the back of the panel. So this is the outline of the arrow rain. Let's make it very, very prominent. The wizard has gotten a lot of like fireball space on the left side, so the archer rogue character can probably have some more here. Yeah, so this is just the outline. Okay, of the arrow. Wait, it should not arc like this, right? It should go and fall flat rather. Yeah. Yeah, and arrows. Let's say that arrows will be falling like this. So in this case, I think we will be able to draw the tentacle beneath, or like at least the parts of the tentacle, but it will be still, you know, covered in those lines that will pretend to be arrows. All right, so this arrow rain, kind of, and of course we don't need the sides. We don't need the line guiding the arrows on the sides. Yeah, it's gonna be all short lines, many arrows. All right, that's a lot of damage. All right. Okay, so that does make sense, but yeah, neither is this comic, so it's good. I think we had made some progress on this one. In here, okay, it's an empty space, but I think it's gonna be left like this, unless I elect to do the different angle, right? Because the wizard is going along those lines here, and maybe for symmetry I could actually go the same way, right? So it actually would be really nice, like the wizard is attacking the tentacles on the left, the archer rogue would attack tentacles on the right, and then the knight is of course heroically doing the bonk on the head. So that way I would have to not do kind of like a waterfall of arrows, but like a cone-shaped attack, I think, and then fill it with arrows. Let's try that. Nothing is set in stone in this comic. Not the only thing that is set in stone in this comic, to be honest, is the fact that I am willing to finish it, right? I'm willing to work and to finish it at some point. Oh, Esgal, do you know what is playing right now? This is StarCraft soundtrack, Terran 1. Another old-timey game. I remember trying to play it. I wasn't very good. StarCraft was probably one of my It was my first experience with the RTS? No, I think Warcraft 3 was my first experience. Only then I learned about StarCraft. Oh my goodness. This brings memories. StarCraft 1 brings some memories. Alright. Let's go. Let's erase the arrows that we had. Yeah. There's certain beauty in the traditional art that you can't erase it with the Ctrl Z. A bit of a challenge, but you know, that's what pencils are for. Pencils are easy. Haven't finished StarCraft 2. I think I have maybe 4 missions to finish. Escal, I think it's a team. You have started Transistor, almost finished it, but not yet. Started StarCraft 2, almost finished, but not yet. Are there any other games that you have started and are still waiting for finishing? Let's go like this. And let's go like this. This will be the cone of attack. The new cone of attack. The cone of attack for the arrows should go definitely beyond the panel. Beyond the panel like this. And going all the way down like this. And probably cutting somewhere here. So it doesn't interfere with the bonk. Okay. And this will be all covered in arrows. But the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna draw the entirety of the tentacles first and then draw arrows over it. So there's no need to sketch anything over this right now, I suppose. But in general, I finished games. Far Cry 4, The Banner Saga 3, Disco Elysium, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Witcher 3, oh my. Wait, are you listing games that you finished or did not finish? I think you finished Shadow of the Tomb Raider, right? Not finished. Alright, so... Well... Yeah. Yes, you see my point? Like, maybe there are some games that you need to finish. But, you know, not finishing a game also makes sense in a way. Because if you finish the game, it's like, oh, it's over, and I'm sad, you know? And if you haven't finished the game, maybe you're still excited about it or whatever, right? And all of them just need like 5 hours to finish it. See? It's a team. It's a team with your play style. You are making great effort. You just need some push on the towards the finish line, I suppose. So go play video games. Now that you finished building the Millennium Falcon, maybe you're gonna have more time to play video games. Oh, by the way, people at work were asking if there will be a time lapse from the Falcon. I think you were making a time lapse, right? You did not drop this project while you were building, right? There will be. Oh, right. Oh, I'm so excited to see the time lapse of you building the Millennium Falcon. It's gonna be amazing. All right, so arrows here. Arrows, fire, and bonk. This is it. This will be the page, I suppose. And let's see where we are. Actually. Let's review the story so far for anyone who might have been joining recently. So to give a quick recap, I am drawing 8 pages of a comic called The Chase. It's in Polish in here. Because last week I participated in an 8-hour challenge with my artist friends. There's an event in my city that you go to, and during over the course of 8 hours, you're supposed to draw 8 pages of a comic. It's it's not a set in stone challenge because I finished 5 and I'm continuing right now. But it's mostly to promote, you know, drawing and the hangout among your fellow artists, right? And I started this last year. I only made a comic involving a couple of panels, actually 8 panels rather than 8 pages. It was about animals doing a jump because jump was the theme of the comic last year. This year it is the chase. And the comic tells the story of a kind of a fantasy world and the fantasy characters, a wizard a wizard, a knight, and a rogue character who are looking for a job, but the job finds them. They're in the tavern, complaining that they don't have money. The job finds them because there's a space octopus attacking. So that's how the comic begins. And we have this overhead view of the city. They're trying to chase the octopus, fight the octopus, cast some fireballs, trying to find it, They surround it at some point, but the octopus is a magical octopus, from space or whatever, and it's opening the portal. And they're following them through the portals, through the mountains, through the forest, through the desert, through the sea, under the sea. And that's where the chase part comes in. And because that's the theme of this comic. But they join forces, of course, and they activate the ultimate abilities, the Righteous Strike, the Rain of a Thousand Arrows, the Armageddon kind of a spell. Everyone has something. And in here we have been drawing so far. We have drawn the scene in which the octopus is being attacked with everything. And right now we are going to the next scene. So 6 pages out of 8 done. I'm good. I'm happy with the progress. I probably could have done it faster, sooner, but I'm also never drawn live on stream, so this is an interesting experience for me. All right, it's a fresh page here. As guys saying, but for example, I finished in just 2 weeks Quantum Break, and 3 years ago I finished Control in a month. Star Wars Squadrons is the same. Guardians of the Galaxy 2 years ago during Christmas. Okay, so there are games in which you just sit down and finish them fast. I'm thinking Quantum Break, Control, and Guardians of the Galaxy. I believe those 3 games, the thing that they have in common is that they are very movie-like experiences, especially Quantum Break, and I think Control as well, right? So the pacing is like a movie-like. But for example, Far Cry 4 is an open world game. Shadow of the Tomb Raider probably also open world. Witcher 3 definitely open world, right? So maybe you're better at finishing those more condensed kind of games rather than the very open which I totally understand, right? Makes absolute sense. I beat FTL after some time finally because it's a roguelike. Okay, yeah, that's true. I beat Frostpunk. Yeah, okay, so you've beaten. You are a gamer. You are a gamer. True gamer. You've gotten some nice victories over the games. In this panel should be rather easy because it's a nuke panel, right? So after the heroes have unleashed all their skills, like in this panel, this panel is a very again cinematic. I think there's just the surface of the city, of whatever, play maybe like a desert or probably some wastes, nothing too inhabited, and there's a silhouette of the space octopus, and there is a explosion happening, and I'm thinking that this explosion, unlike here, we can draw a nuke cloud or something, just to indicate some big explosion happening, and this should be the panel. So I think we'll be able to do it rather quickly. The main theme of this panel is explosion, so I think we're kind of starting not too high because we don't need to see that much of a ground. We want to see the explosion, the cloud, right? So let's where are we? How much space do we have? We have 13 centimeters. So if we go 3 here, yeah, we're still gonna have 3 times as much. All right, on the octopus. So do it like this. This will be the horizon line, right? The characters do not need to be present in this one in any shape or form. If they were, they would be very, very small silhouettes here. And even the octopus doesn't need to be very present. The shape of the octopus, maybe for the scale, so that we know it's a giant octopus. There should be a shape of the octopus, but nothing too much, nothing too fancy. Because the main appeal of this is the explosion, right? So are we in the middle here? 19, 20. Yeah, the middle should be here. So we need to move this thing a little bit. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's say that the octopus is in the middle of this particular line. And it's here. Okay. Go away. Go away. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Blah blah blah. Tentacles, tentacles. And now the explosion. Oh, I should take a new thingy to clean. As guys saying Bioshock Infinite, so I think I should finish some more games, but from what I see, I like to begin new games to taste them because I feel them interesting. Yeah, yeah. You know, like it's no one has ever said that you have to finish an experience to enjoy it, right? We may have this idea because of how movies work, right? I think that's an example I can give. If we start a movie, the expectation of consuming this particular media is to finish it, right? You start, you get your popcorn, you sit for 2 hours and a half, and then you finish it. And this is the complete experience. But you probably want to finish the movie because you want to see how it ends. But what if you don't want to? Like, let's say that you don't want to see it ending. Maybe you just enjoy the first half of the movie or some sort. You don't see the ending. You don't see the resolution of the conflict. But everything that you have experienced up to this point, up to the point when you are stopping, for example, it's still valid. You know, if there was a funny moment in the first half of the movie or first half of the video game, if there was an exciting moment, this is the experience that you had, and not finishing the game does not invalidate the experiences so far. So there's nothing wrong in starting games and not finishing them. The only thing that contests this particular point of view, I think, is that if you're playing a video game and maybe some of your friends want to talk to you about this game, but they don't want to spoil it to you, so you can't really discuss the ending, right? This is what I'm saying. You can't really discuss the ending if you haven't finished that. But aside from the social discussion part of the video game or of the movie, anything you consume, I think that basically you can still enjoy the movie or like the media that you consume, even if you don't do it in full, right? And it's okay, and it's fine. No, as long as you're enjoying the bits along the way. So don't feel forced to finish all those games we listed today as well. Feel free to do whatever you want. All right. So in here we're drawing a nuke cloud. I don't know how to draw a nuke cloud, so it's gonna be tricky. I'm gonna need to probably take some reference on the internet. Okay. I think that's a good idea. It should be like a shroom, right? So it is like this, kind of. Right, and should be like a lower part of this as well, somehow. All right. Currently playing in the background is Legend of Azure, main title from World of Warcraft by Jason Hayes, according to Spotify here. Yeah, like something like this, probably. In this panel, we want to really encapsulate the explosion of what is happening. And whoever is watching, I'm sorry for the quality of my art. I suck at it, but it brings me so much joy to actually do it on stream. Oh, Nirmodel is here. Hello, Nirmodel. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Mushroom looks like a mushroom. All right. Esga is saying, please repeat the first part. I left the room for a moment. All right. So, Esgal, I'm not sure where did you leave, but what I was saying is that it's perfectly valid to play a video game and not finish it, because not having finished it does not invalidate the experiences that you had until the moment you dropped it. If there was a fun moment, or the exciting moment, or the sad moment, those emotions will stay with you because you have experienced them. And the only thing that you basically can't experience is the social aspect of discussing the ending with your friends, for example. So it's okay to not finish video games, unless you are surrounded, of course, by friends who really want to talk to you about the ending of the game, and they're really excited, and they would really, really have someone to talk to, right? So that's something like this. That's right. All right. That's good. What page are you on? In your model, I'm on the second to last page. I'm gonna give you a quick recap since you came here. So you have already seen the pages in the beginning. Oh, let me just okay. The pages in the beginning where we are establishing the characters when we are finding out that there's a space octopus terrorizing the city. There is of course the chase in the beginning of the city. There is chasing through the portals, so the main part of the chase. There is ultimate attacks being unleashed over the octopus, and this is the page I did today on stream. So we have basically octopus in the middle. I'm experimenting with tentacles going out of bounds of the panels. As you can see, they're going over the bounds of the panels, and so are the attacks of the characters. So the the fireballs that are coming in are going over the panels as well. And into the octopus. There's a knight attacking with a little bong on the head with his hammer, and the roguish character is unleashing the arrows. The arrows will be drawn over the tentacles, over everything when we get there. And right now we're working on the nuke scene, which involves, of course, like a big explosion kind of over the octopus. So it's the main appeal of this panel is the nuke. So we're gonna see. Get something to drink. Recovering from golf party. Oh yeah, how's the party? How's the party? Did you like the music? Did you like the people? Did you have fun? Did you look cool? Of course you look cool. I saw the picture. So yeah. As guys saying, so for example, I would like to talk about the Mass Effect Andromeda, yeah, and I have nobody to talk about it. In my opinion, it's a very good game with a great ME playstyle mechanics. All right, yeah. I'm sorry that not so many people went into Andromeda. I think I have it. I bought it probably with some, on some cheap sale. And even if I don't have it on the Origin or EA app or whatever it's called right now. Then definitely I should probably check it out. Command drink. Yeah, thank you very much, New Model. Thank you very much, New Model. This is water. As you can see. Today we're experimenting with a different camera angle, so you can see water from a different angle. Yeah, thank you. Cheers. All right. New Model is saying, we had fun and we were the sexiest vampires on the party. Well, duh. Of course you were. Like I said, I saw the picture. Alright, so maybe I should actually grab a reference. Don't mix it with paint water. No, it's okay. Today we're not doing the watercolor paintings. Today we're doing just pencil sketches, and then hopefully at least finishing maybe one entire page. Or we're gonna see. Okay, how to draw a nuclear explosion. Let's see. Ooh, all right. I just found some nice references, which I think it's really cool. How to draw a nuke. All right, just from the ideas here. So yeah, this nuke sucks. We're gonna have to change everything about it. I like the idea that they're presented to me on the internet. I literally just went with how to draw a nuclear explosion, and I think I understand it better. It's not the shape. It's not the like. I made it too wide, basically on the base of it. Okay, what's playing right now? I know this one. Oh, of course, it's Assassin of Kings by Adam Skorupa and Krzysztof Wierzynkiewicz from The Witcher 2: Assassin of Kings. You should be able to hear music. This music should not be able to be transferred to VOD later on. So as long as no one reports me, I think we can have a nice time listening to music. All right? That's how it works, probably. All right. So I think the idea they're showcasing here is that it is a mushroom, but I like to think it's more of a tree, right? So it's more narrow. It's going like this. I'm gonna go stronger lines so that you guys can see it more prominently. It's going like this, and only towards the very end it's spreading. All right, that may be too high, to be honest, but it's okay. And from what I can see, they're making like a ring on certain height, and then a bigger ring over another certain height, and everything else is basically a cloud. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, I went too high because I cannot fit everything. Let's see. All right, cloud, cloud, cloud. Well, I didn't want to play Andromeda in the very beginning, but I gave it a shot, and I don't regret my decision. It consumed many evenings. Of course, it wasn't Shepard, but still Mass Effect. All right, that's good. That's a very decent recommendation, right? I think that we have finished Mass Effect 1 on stream. We are going to play Mass Effect 2 at some point, probably very, very soon. Eventually Mass Effect 3 as well, and I think that Mass Effect Andromeda will come next, right? Since that if we're experiencing like everything, then we might as well do that. It should go behind, should not go like over it. Alright, and there should be like more cloud levels involved. And also cloud here. It is beginning to have a shape. It's not just it's not in the shape I want really, but yeah. All right. This is one of the things. Maybe it's too wide. I think it's too wide. The good thing is that when we get the scale of the blast, we can just scale the octopus so that it isn't too big. All right, this will be the ring of clouds later on. The first ring of clouds, and there should be, of course, the blast here. So clouds are needed here as well. Yeah, like that, kind of. All right. So yeah, new model. If you and Nighty are here, I talked about it earlier on, but one of the reasons I'm doing this art stream here, even though I do not have any like skill set, specific skill set to do art, is to showcase that you absolutely should do art if you want, and you should never be afraid to showcase it to the world, because I don't know anything and I am here live on Twitch just drawing lines and stuff. So the next time you think that your art is subpar, just shut up and keep drawing, and don't worry about anything. And please just share this knowledge with all your friends or your artist friends, because you guys are doing amazing stuff. I saw your stuff, your drawings, your paintings, your everything. And every time I hear you say, "Oh, it's not good enough. Oh, it's suck. Oh, I don't want to show," and every time you downplay it, I think you guys are idiots. You know, I think you guys are idiots. This to all the artists in the world. Every time an artist or a person who draws, person who paints, and they're like, "Oh, I don't think it's good enough." If they're saying like this, if they're downplaying themselves, I think you guys are idiots. So please don't do that. Just create art. Just do what you like to do. Share it with the world. Don't just draw it and put it in your drawer. Share it on your social media. You know, it's not about being good or bad. It's about creation. It's about having fun. It's about showcasing what you can do. Like, I have learned so much today, like solving problems. You think I have ever thought about doing writing, drawing stuff over other stuff? No, it was terrifying for me to try it out, but I figure out it's gonna bring out more depth to the picture if I have the fireball cover the tentacle, if I have the tentacle go over the bounce and kind of an under the panel borders. It's not the work of art, but it's so fun. It's so fun. So yeah, that's the message I'm trying to convey here. Don't focus on the "you're the idiot" part. Focus on the part that you can do it, you can draw, you can have fun. All right, yeah. You go, King. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Yeah. All right. I think we can even go wider on the base, right? Because we have this very wide wide shot here. So to not leave those spaces empty, they will be mostly empty because the point of it is like this. I'm just thinking maybe I should actually draw the horizon line a little bit lower. Maybe like this, so that I can have more clouds, right? Yeah, I could have more clouds like this. Alright. What's that? I know this music. Oh, it's okay. It's Tetris. Of course. Korabey Niki, Alexei Paitnov, Andrew Skid, London Philharmonic Orchestra. It's from the greatest video game music soundtrack, I believe. Alright. So yeah. So drawing. So, in your model, have you made any attempts to finish your own comic from the event? Have you drawn it? No, have you drawn it? Did you draw it? Did you continue it? What is the verb I want to use? I don't know. Alright. Clouds and clouds upon clouds. That's good. Didn't have time? I understand. I understand. For me this week has also been rather hectic, but full of surprises. Karaoke on Wednesday was great. Curse of Shroud on Thursday was great. You know, streaming on Monday and Thursday was great. Chilling yesterday and making myself the biggest scrambled eggs plate I could have ever mastered was absolutely amazing. Alright, so we have... they look kind of flat, those clouds. Maybe I shouldn't be doing them like this. Maybe I should just start with the outline. Yeah. Oh, see, that's better. It's better to have like one big consistent cloud rather than multiple ones, I suppose. Alright, this is this. We don't need those horizon lines, although, well, we could leave it, kind of. And of course, like, to indicate the horizon, this will be a couple of lines here and there, right? Indicating the wastes that the nuke is happening on. Like this. Something like this. Alright. Maybe tomorrow I'll draw along with Nighty tomorrow. Ooh, interesting. Wasn't Nighty supposed to play play the what's the name of the game? Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, you know, all of those investigations, whatever the name is. I thought that she mentioned it's gonna be the playing stream this time and not drawing. But if it's drawing, it's gonna be so cool as well. Okay. That's the explosion, like part of the explosion. I think this is wrong. I think this going to the sides is wrong. I think it should be mostly like towards the middle. So let's fix that. Yeah, like this. It should really give you the feeling of a very, like a small eruption going to the sides rather than the other way around. Okay, let's fix everything. One step at a time. We can do it. Sorry, I lost the signal for a moment. No worries in your model. I was just commenting over you drawing tomorrow alongside Nighty, because I thought tomorrow's plan for Nighty was to play Ace Attorney, right? And not do drawing stream. But if she feels the high energy of husbandos, Final Fantasy husbandos, then I totally understand. No, it's still not a triangle. It should be like a line, right? It should be like a more straight line, but still very narrow in the no. I didn't hear the question. Yeah, okay. All right. So you'll be drawing and she'll be streaming, and who knows? Maybe one day you'll be streaming. Hint, hint. All right, this is the middle. This is the middle of the page here. Let's go alongside this. And I think I how about I do this? Too much? Okay, that's better. Alright, so we have this explosion. On the sides, it's empty here. We could add like a... Actually, we could go a kaboom. You know, in the background we could have those giant letters KABOOM on this side to further indicate it. It would be something like a graffiti style letters, which I did when I was younger. In high school, that's probably the most artistic thing I did when it comes to drawing in high school or ever. Before this one, before drawing a comic, the actual comic. Graffiti style lettering. Never did an actual graffiti. I'm a good boy. I don't go around with a, can of paint and do stuff. It's not like I never wanted to, though. Knight is saying, through near model, yeah, I feel the husbando's energy, alright. Okay. Alright, I mean, I can understand. But I think, Nighty, that you should stop drawing husbandos and you should start drawing alpacas, right? Because apparently in the new expansion to Final Fantasy XIV, alpacas are very important characters. More husbandos. Sorry, more alpacas, less husbandos. Damn it, I blew it. Yeah. Okay. So, from what I can see, they're drawing the explosions as if there's a trunk, and it's like this, and here, and here, and here. Woo! People are clapping. This is from the music. It's not from people watching me draw. It's okay. Don't worry about it. All right. And now we should have. This should go really tall, and the cloud should go really like here. And I like the pictures that we have here. All right. Hey, Gamers Canton, how are you? Is this a nuke? Which weapon? All right, so let me give you a quick recap. This is a comic that I'm drawing. It's an 8 pages of a comic. And it was part of a challenge that I started last week. There was an event at my city, 8-hour comic marathon, during which you have 8 hours to draw 8 pages of a comic book, of a comic. And I finished 5, and right now I finished 6. The story is very simple. I can give you a quick recap. It's gonna be in Polish because that's my native language. The title is The Chase. That was the theme of the comic. So there are fantasy-like characters, a wizard, a knight, and a kind of a roguish character. They live in a typical fantasy setting city. They are in the tavern, sitting in the tavern, and wondering where's all the money. They need money, of course, because they're adventurers. And it's like, oh, it's so hard to get a job nowadays because dragons are dead and princesses don't need our help. And fortunately, there's a space octopus attacking. Please bear with me, space octopus, I know. There's a space octopus attacking, which they chase across the city, fighting them, fighting the octopus around. Maybe I can move it here. Oh yeah, actually I can move it like here. They're chasing the octopus. They're trying to trap it, surround it. But of course, this octopus is space and magical, so it opens the portals, and through the portals they go to the snowland, they go to the forest, they go to the desert, they go underwater. Hence the title of the comic, The Chase. So that's basically the motive. And as all heroes do, they activate their ultimate abilities right now. Some sort of a hammer attack, hammer down like Reinhardt from Overwatch. There's a barrage of arrows. There's a bunch of fireballs being cast, and they all attack the space octopus. In here we can see the wizard casting fireballs, the bonk over the head of the octopus, and there's a place for the rain of arrows. And so that's the answer for your question. The nuke is coming from the combined might of all those heroes. And yeah, and disclaimer, I'm not a very good artist. I don't even do that in my free time. But since today is the last Saturday stream that I'll be doing for the time being, on July, starting in July, I'm moving to the Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday schedule. I figure out I'm not gonna play any games today, and I'm gonna do something else because despite my inability to draw cool things, I can draw anything. Because apparently, if you submit your comic via the form for this event that I mentioned before, it's gonna be added to like a PDF collection of all the comics from that event, and I thought that's gonna be really cool. So yeah. I will get some inspiration, I guess, to write something. Are you a writer? Do you enjoy creative writing, like fan fiction stories or something like this? Because that would be my like primary creative things that I do or did rather. These days I don't have that much time. Okay, so let's continue with the nuke. Kind of, it's a very weird nuke, but I think we can do it like this maybe. No, I just do time pass. So yeah, okay, I can see. Yeah, I mean, I always consider myself a person who is better at writing rather than drawing, painting, or that part of the creative process. Which is why the event that I mentioned, the 8-hour comic marathon, is a thing that happens annually in my city. There's also like a 24-hour marathon. So you're supposed to draw 24 pages of a comic in 24 hours, which is an experience on its own. I started going to those marathons, to those events, to hang out with my friends, who I have a lot of artist friends, very talented people. And with one of my friends, I was actually helping her with the script of her comic, because again, I feel myself more as a writer, someone who comes up with the general idea, but cannot really execute it in terms of putting it on paper via pictures. And she's excellent in doing that. So that's how we teamed up. And this year, because we relatively early on, we finished the script together, and she was ready to start drawing. I was like, okay, maybe I can start drawing something. And I made the biggest big brain move. I'm gonna show you some of the notes. I made the biggest big brain move because I figured out, okay, so I can't do like backgrounds, maybe I can't do like buildings, whatever, but I'm not very good at characters. So I figured out, okay, I'm gonna make a big brain move, and I'm gonna make the silhouette like this, add legs, and then add a different kind of a head. So a circle head, a rectangle head, a triangle head to all the characters, so that I have distinct characters who are, basically a couple of lines. so that was how I cheated the system, basically, and added those characters to the story. And the second problem I quickly solved is that I cannot draw hands, So I figured out it's canon that those characters don't have hands. This wizard has a staff, as you can see, but he's not holding it. There's a hammer, there's a shield kind of floating next to the knight character. The daggers are floating next to this character. Stabble, they can do that. They don't need to hold it. So yeah, so that's how I cheated the system, and that's why we're here. I keep learning for now to improve. I'm still figuring out how to correctly write a conflict. All right. Yeah, he's a great writer. Okay, I'm not a great writer, but I've written some stuff. I used to write the My Little Pony fan fiction. Actually, that's the main thing I can say about myself and my writing. It was really fun. It was really fun to write it. I even wrote some stories that I considered okayish or good. So yeah, but not sure great. To be honest, your story looks cool. Like way you infused inflict at the start of the page itself. Yeah, I mean, I like. Thank you very much for saying that. I figure out that if I have 8 pages, I can go with some sort of a story or narration. And right now we're getting towards the conclusion, of course, of this story, which is the big explosion that the octopus, the space octopus I mentioned, is somewhere in the middle here. And The next page is the last one. On the next page, we're gonna have some text here, and then of course the king of the city will be giving award to the heroes, to the valiant heroes that have defeated the octopus, and generic, absolutely generic fantasy tropes. But why not? The only thing that is not generic here is probably the octopus itself. Initially, I was planning to make the main enemy a dragon, following the quote from Volo in Baldur's Gate 3, who says, when asked why a dragon, he says, "My friend, every story benefits from a dragon," which is a very accurate sentiment, I think. So yeah, so this is something I wanted to do, but then I was like, you know what? What's funnier than a dragon? Like, since I'm not treating this seriously, this whole comic project, I was like, okay, so how can we twist it so that it's like weird in a fun way, I suppose. And I was like, okay, how about octopus? How about tentacles? How about octopus from space who has portal travel, basically? And all those ideas started flowing in, and they created this story. I mean, less page, faster plot, less explanation, more rush. That's true. When you have this constraint of 8 pages, I mean, this like the challenge rule that some people abide, some people don't. It's more about drawing itself, about the process and having fun. But if you have the 8 pages, you have to plan ahead, right? You have to plan ahead and see that something will be happening on the page 1, page 2, and then go through some initial storyboard conflict. Actually, my initial one was closing for 6, but I figured out during the process of storyboarding here that I can add 2 more, and it actually makes sense for the story. So yeah. So it is like this. All right, let me just grab it. Water. Okay, and we're going back to our nuke. So the nuke will be here. We probably need to kind of make sure that the nuke is going through. Yeah. If I wrote on the internet, how to draw a nuclear explosion, and I can see some references on the Google image, and I think I have to do it like this, right? So the main pillar is going into some sort of a darkness in the middle, and only then there are clouds surrounding it. Like this, maybe. Like this. Plus, removing the things is more kind of frustrating, I feel, when you more ideas, but you can't add them all. Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty and the curse of the creative process, actually. Sometimes when you start a creative process, that was my case with writing, right? That was my case with writing. When I was writing something, I think that if you start writing something, you only know what your story is about a little bit after you have started to write it, right? You can have a base idea, but then it turns out along the way, in the middle, that you have something you want to add a character, you want to add a place, and then you're so excited about this character or place that you steer the story towards that particular direction, right? So it basically changes the story, and only then after you're like, okay, so I introduced this in the middle, so maybe I should foreshadow it in the beginning, and now my story is something else entirely. It evolved. It basically changed along the way, and I think it's a beauty because you basically kind of surprise yourself as an author, as a creator. You don't really know what will happen, because there are 2 ways to approach it, right? You can either have a very strict like list of points that you want to go through, and you're rigidly sticking to that, and this is it. And wow, wait, there's some music going on. Oh my goodness. Okay, first of all, hello Natalie, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hi Brain, I love what you are doing here. Welcome Natalie. So yeah, quick recap. I am not an artist, but I have no shame and no skill. So I'm drawing on stream right now. I'm finishing a 8 pages comic that I started last week as form of a challenge. Here in my city there was an event related to that. I'm talking stuff about creative process, I'm talking stuff about video games, and I'm, drawing, experimenting with the camera angle as well. So yeah, I'm great. Yeah, I saw that you were streaming today. It was one of those moments in which I woke up and I was like, "Oh, Natalie is streaming." But I was so hungry, I went to get the breakfast first, and it was literally like, "Oh, yeah, I'm waking up and the people I know are streaming. It's so cool." So welcome in. I imagine it's like super late for you right now. All right, but welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate that. I absolutely appreciate that. Do. And yes, what I was saying about the creative process, you basically can surprise yourself when you're creating something because you had this idea of adding something. Like even in this comic, like I said, I fully intended the main antagonist of this comic to be a dragon, but then I was like, okay, what's finer than a dragon? It's an octopus, and I was like, okay, so with octopus, I can actually make scenes like, let me get back something. Yeah, with Octopus, I can actually make a scene like this, a panel like this, in which the tentacles are holding the heroes, of like this, and there's an octopus hiding in the river under the bridge, So it basically changed the comic because I allowed myself to think differently, to risk it, to not go with the trope of a dragon, but to be like, hey, space octopus sounds fun, right? so that was the idea. Gamer is saying I just write draft and drop them, but okay, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Sometimes when I was writing the My Little Pony fanfiction that I mentioned, I wrote a couple of stories, but I also had a lot of stories in the draft form, in the like an idea form, a stub form that I never developed because sometimes you have an idea at first, you are very excited about it, but then you don't continue for whatever reason because I don't know, maybe there's another idea that you found exciting. Maybe you don't feel the excitement anymore. For example, I wrote a crossover with Batman Arkham City video games, right? Like, okay, don't ask. But it was really cool at first. I was really excited about it. But then the excitement dwindled down because I stopped playing the game, and it didn't sound fun to me anymore. But the Arkham games are really fun if we were talking about gaming, So yeah, let me just try to fix this cloud a little bit and try to. I'm looking at multiple clouds here. Yeah, okay. So this will be the mushroom here, right? Cloud. All right. Okay. All right. I think this is adding a nice depth to it. Hey, if I can draw an explosion like this, I can basically draw an Earth tree from Elden Ring. Kind of. I think. Or any sort of a tree like this. All right. With the dragon, I would make scenes like jumping off the dragon and running off behind the building while a dragon is smoking fire. It would be fun. Just make the main character fast enough to dodge flames. Yeah, that's definitely it. Having a dragon be like breath fire. You have this. What is this? Where's the face of the dragon? Okay, face of the dragon is here, right? Ferocious dragon, kind of like this. There's an eye. Okay, there's maybe a horn for the dragon. Why not? Okay, this is a terrible dragon, but I can imagine a dragon having a claw here, something like this. Ooh, this is a very scary dragon. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm drawing dragon right now, but why not? Fire. Yeah. See, and there's a dragon, and hopefully the character is like able to dodge. Of course, the roguish character has the most dodge ability, so it's like whoop. I'm dodging it. You're not taking the flames are not taking me. Yeah, one-handed dragon. Okay, two-handed dragon at least. That's a dragon. And you have a panel ready, basically. That's how fast it goes. Drawing stuff. Highly recommended. Natalie's saying, "Hey, I'm playing Diablo and got cut up, not dying. Lol." Okay, all right. That's good. Not dying is recommended in video games, in real life as well. Keep to it, guys. Keep doing what you're doing. Alright, where am I? I think I don't like the flatness of this cloud here. I may want to do it like this. Yeah, let's try to cut the sides. It's like shaving the beard, right? It's on the sides and it's good. Alright, I may need a piece of paper. Let's try to do it like this. Alright. Yeah, alright. I think now it's better. The flatness was really not helping this particular picture. And the plan for this particular panel is, of course, then the explosion, the nuke. We're gonna add some details probably, and then the letters kaboom that will signify, what is happening on the panel. I think that's a valid idea. So this is the ground somewhere. We technically don't even have space to draw the octopus here, to be honest. So we're gonna do it like this. This ring should be... Is it facing the right direction, or it should be like reversed? Like this one on top. I think this one should be on top, right? Because if we imagine the ring, yeah. Let's try it differently. I love pencil and like a rubber. This is so nice to have. Yeah, let's try this. So going up and then down. Oh wait, that's not the right one. Oh, that's better. I always remember Gear 5 scenes while imagining, so sometimes reading more stories and stuff, it's like, oh, you feel like this already taken. Okay, I can see what you're saying, Sometimes when you see a scene in a movie, and then you, for example, read a book that the movie was based on, you cannot imagine it any other way, right? I think that if I were to read Harry Potter books again, I could not get the image of the actors out of my head, even if I really wanted to. The set, the actors, their faces, the moments in the movie, like this is something in the book. Sorry, the moments in the book, I would probably like replay the movie in my head while reading the book. This is how the brain brains, I suppose. That's how our brain brains. All right, should we get another ring, maybe? What would happen if we added another ring? No, if we do another... No, the other will be too crowded. Plus we need the kaboom letters, right? So we don't really have like a lot of options. We could get maybe like a ring here, though. Just a light one. But wait, this should be... No, okay, that's the wrong direction. Let's not do it. Nirmodel is saying, gotta go for now, have fun, you're doing great job. Thank you very much, Nirmodel, I appreciate you being here. I hope that you can see your comic very, very soon as well. Nirmodel was also part of the event I mentioned, and she drew a great comic about cats. Cats are her specialty, and her cats were also kind of fantasy-like characters. They were chasing because the theme of the comics was chase, like I mentioned. They were chasing the light elemental in the shape of the bunny, kind of. Like you have a fire elemental in fantasy or water elemental, there was a light elemental, and that was a little bunny, And cats chasing bunnies can lead to a very comedic moments, and Nirmal did that in her own comics. So I hope she can show us it sometimes. Gamer saying, so I prefer reading before watching stuff. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that's the general consensus that reading is better, maybe, question mark, than watching. It's not like better, but it's probably better to read before you watch. I'm not sure. I'm certain there are examples of movies that are better than books, in terms of execution. I cannot give anything off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure there are such such movies or such, maybe no TV series, maybe not that, but some media pieces that may be better in the movie form rather than the written form, right? Let's try with the kaboom letters. So those letters should be aligned like this, right? So starting from here and ending here. And let's put ourselves the top side of the letters as well. Okay, so this is to ensure that the letters will be roughly the same size. Okay. Going here, 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 yeah. Okay. All right, that's good. As guys saying Blade Runner, the book is different, and I must say I like them both, but I really like what they did with the movie. Okay. That's an interesting example. That's an interesting example. Also, gamer saying, to be honest, I don't know. I think more creative when in dreams than normally. I get random story dreams though. Yeah, I mean, some people have like, okay, it's gonna sound silly, but I believe that some people have Netflix dreams, right? They have dreams that if you take the events of those dreams, they could be made into like actual movies, stories, Netflix productions or something like this. They're sometimes crazy, but they usually have a plot like this. In terms of my dreams, I don't think I have like such a way of dreaming. I dream of random stuff, but it's never like a full story. As opposed to one of my friends who is like, oh, I had this crazy dream when I was running across the graveyard barefoot because I was helping someone, and then this happened, and then that happened, and in my dream I would have woken up 5 times already, but her story goes on, like, and she's recapping it with such vivid detail, like, oh, it was like this, it was like that, I fought this kind of a creature, and someone was chasing me and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, this could be made into a movie. Just write it down, please, and make it into the movie. All right, let's have a kaboom letter here. Let's have a K. Okay. All right, that's a K. Almost a K. Oops, that's a bad K. That's a good K. All right. But reading has your own pacing. Read fast, slow, your choice. That's the only part where I like reading more. Oh yeah, that's actually a great point. When you're watching a movie, you can you can stop it, but books have chapters, right? Books have chapters. Movies have scenes. You could argue that movies have scenes, but it's harder to stop in between the scenes because the next scene is coming instantly after the previous one. And in terms of a book, you finish the chapter and you have to turn the page to see the next chapter. So you are allowed to have your own pace. That's very true. You're very correct in that one. Like I keep chasing, etc. And when I reach the climax, someone wakes me up. Okay. All right. Let's have an A here. If I go like A, I'm gonna have only part of B. The O, M. M will be very wide, so that's good. But I think it should, even if I don't show all the letters, because they'll be hidden behind the explosion, I think we're gonna be able to, convey the kaboom that is happening here, right? So this is it. All right. All right, that's A. All right, I can maybe have a bigger K. Why not? We have space. As you guys can see, I'm doing traditional art, right? Digital art is a great mystery to me. I never tried it. I use digital like graphic programs to create some stuff if I need it, but I would never use. I don't have basically a skill to use Photoshop or anything, any sort of like drawing programs to create something nice. So I think I'm more skilled in traditional art than digital art at this point, which doesn't say much. I know, but it's interesting. KB. Okay, let's say that B is going in here. Okay, we have to draw it entirely. Like B would be like this, right? B. So here's the other B, and maybe we can just suggest that there's another B here. Okay. K A B O O M, maybe double O. If I go with B and not imply the O in behind, I can have like double O here and maybe fit M. I might need to start with an M to fit it first, because fitting double O should be easier. Okay, that's it. Like for emotion scenes, I take half for a few days, read them slowly, etc. Yeah, okay, that's true. That's true. I was only commenting on the fact that you can start and stop, but you are correct that you can, while reading, you can live through the stories at your own pace. You can basically change the slider of how fast something goes by putting the book away, even between sentences, right? Just to, you read a sentence, you read like a dramatic exclamation from the character that changes everything, and you can put the book down and just consider what it means for the story, for the plot, for the characters, and then be like, okay, let's see how it goes. Once those moments have passed and you have went through that phase of, well, not analysis maybe, but enjoying this particular parts. Whereas in movies, of course, you are presented with the next scene, next moment very, very soon, very fast. So you don't really have time to stop. But I guess that's life, right? Life is happening so fast, we rarely have time to stop, think, enjoy. So that's why we need to find those moments, right? Like today, Saturday morning, I have did my shopping yesterday, and right now I'm streaming as I use pencil on the paper and create art of some sort. And it's so fun. It's so fun because it's doing something different, right? It's doing something different that I don't usually do. And whenever you do something different that you don't usually do, you're probably gonna enjoy it. And it's so cool. Highly recommend it. If you guys are not drawing, try drawing. If you guys maybe ever felt like being an artist, try watercolor painting. It's also very cool. I made like a... Actually, wait. Do I have my old watercolor thingy? Give me a moment. Yeah, I don't know where it is, but once when I was wanting to do something else than just sitting in front of a PC and doing my usual stuff, I tried watercolor painting, and it was like a improvisation basically of trying to do whatever fits. And from what I remember, I also drew an octopus there. So I may have an octopus fetish for some inexplicable reason, because I'm putting an octopus in this comic as well, right? I may need to think about this. Okay, so there's an O. Let's try to make the other O with the same style, kind of. Same size, maybe, as well. Yeah, this is good. And the implication is that the O goes under and like this. All right, I think that's clear enough. I think the kaboom is visible here. Gamer saying, I know it's weird as shit, but I put my drafts on ChatGPT and they make it works, to be honest. To be fair, it's not that, but it exaggerates emotion, etc. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to using AI, it can lead to interesting results, and this is the safest way I can put it. When you generate a picture via the AI, you probably gonna see some features weird than not. You know, like I think the greatest example of this is that the AI has a problem with fingers, right? It often draws hands with multiple, like 6 fingers or something like this, or like fingers are being at the weird angles, whatever, melting into each other. So that's one thing that AI can't really do for now. And the same probably can be said with words, with writing, right? Then the AI will try to do it, but it can lead to certain results. Not always good. All right. Hey, I'm quite happy with how it turned so far. I was worried about the lack of things on the left side, on the right side here, but apparently after adding the letters, the kaboom, I think it's a pretty explosive piece. That's all right. Okay, so what's next? I'm fine with this. Maybe I could just add a couple more lines to have the like what's the texture, the volume of to implicate the volume of the cloud, kind of like, so it's clouds upon clouds, right? This is the 2D art, so we have to use some tricks to not make it flat, not too flat at least. Okay. And I'm learning those tricks as I go. I have no preparation for what I'm doing here. Okay, I'm just checking the references on the internet. It looks like they're doing it on different lengths and different levels. All right, that's good. And what about the explosion here? It's very strongly. Looks like there's very strongly indicated on the lower part, but lesser on the upper part, right? Because the upper part is going towards the mushroom. That's good. All right. Okay. So I mean, I think that if you showed it to a random person on the street, they would be able to say that it's a nuke, right? It's a nuke explosion. It would be like, okay, did the child draw this? And you'd be like, yes, absolutely, and proud of it. But I think it is indicative that it's a nuke explosion. I think so. So I'm happy with the result. Gamer saying, plus I can't think much deeply when you put too much focus on how the main character is crying due to loss. It will just make him cry, baby. Just right, he looked away with holding in the grief. Yes, sometimes less is more, right? Sometimes less is more. You're going over the ChatGPT comment, right? So sometimes ChatGPT will put a lot of content in the sentence that could be like very very short. You don't need to draw too much. I think what was that? It was Hemingway or someone that had this very short tragical story written. Like it was supposed to be like an ad in the newspaper. So selling children's shoes never used, right? This is the whole sentence. And if you think about it, it brings so much, because if someone is selling children's shoes and they have been never used, right? Or like not children's shoes, maybe children like what was that? The stroller, maybe children's stroller or something like this, that has been bought but never used. That implies that the child has died at some point, right? So with just a couple of words, the story is there. Tragedy is being brought to the forefront, and you can actually see the indicators of the emotions and everything there. So yeah, sometimes less is more. Less is more. You don't need to do too much. You don't need to think too much, because you have already achieved. You're probably already achieving what you have wanted to achieve, right? So like in here, I think adding anything to this would only hurt the picture. Maybe some details on this, but like some volume, right? Create some volume on the clouds. If I watch it correctly, like this should be composed of little clouds, or like cloudy shapes. So maybe if I cover it with those, maybe will just give a volume, but not too much. Not too much, because too much details will take the attention away from the general shape of it, I think. Yeah. All right, so that's the kaboom. That's the 7th page that we have, and let's see where we are. Quick recap where we are for anyone who might have been joining lately. We are doing a 8 pages comic that I started last week as a part of a challenge, and the theme of the comic is the chase. This is in Polish here, pościg, which is the chase. It tells the story of a couple of adventurers, the wizard, the knight, and the ranger, who are living in a city, typical, fantasy setting, nothing too exciting, and they are in the tavern. They're wondering where should they get money from, because, dragons are dead and the princesses are taking good care of themselves. They don't need heroes. So they're like worrying, okay, when we gonna get paid by someone. Fortunately for them, there's a space octopus attacking the city right now. And the octopus, they're fighting against the octopus. The octopus is hiding, is attacking them. Throughout the city, there's a river here, some buildings. They're trapping the octopus, but the octopus is, of course, magical and from space. And it has portal travel. So it goes through the portal. It goes through the portal into the mountain zone, into the forest zone, into the desert zone, into the underwater level. So this is it. Finally, the heroes come together and they use their ultimate skills. The Sir Rectangle is using Tangiel is using some sort of hammer drop to attack. There's a wizard, the mage Circlus, who is using fireballs, of course, because why not? And there's a roguish character with a triangle head here, shooting arrows, blah 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 blah, blah and peppering the target with the arrows. And this is the showdown kind of in which they are all attacking. There will be like arrows going down here in the main part, but that's after we're gonna draw the octopus appendages, the tentacles. And then there's a kaboom, of course. And I suppose that after the kaboom, we need to go to a last page. The last page that we're gonna go here. All right. And let's see what was the base idea for this. So the base idea in our storyboard is that after the big kaboom that happened here, that we just drew, we have this setup of five panels, as you can see. And one of them will be a text just explaining what happened, because there wasn't much text, and of course in the last panel. So to keep balanced, there wasn't dialogue here, there wasn't dialogue there. To be honest, there was some dialogue here. So we're going back to the text panel, explaining that the heroes have defeated the monster, and they're getting rewarded by the king. So now we're gonna have a scene with the king in a throne room, and those heroes, kind of like a probably Star Wars style from A New Hope, are going through the throne room towards the king, so that he can give them medals and stuff, and money or whatever. And then the last 3 panels are actually something that my inner cinematic universe thingy demand me to do, because at some point there is it's said that there are no more dragons in here, and apparently there is one character that is checking them out. It's a character without a square, circle, or a rectangle over the head. It's like a question mark here. It was the character that's watching them from the shadows. Maybe I'm gonna add this character on some other pages, so that it's like a hidden detail showing that they are being watched. And this character just joins them, kind of like a Nick Fury in one of the Iron Mans, and it's like, I'm here to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. We're gonna hunt the dragon. And they're like, oh, but there are no more dragons. And he's like, think again and join me and be a hero that you were supposed to be. So that's like the plot of this scene. This is the eighth and last page of this. And oh my goodness, I've been drawing for 3.5 hours. I didn't know it's gonna take so long. But when I was watching my friend 90's stream last week, I think she also started drawing, and she was like, maybe we can finish 2 husbandos. She was drawing characters from Final Fantasy. And maybe we can finish 2 husbandos, you know, only the face, actually, so not the full body, only the face. Maybe we can finish a couple of husbandos, and everyone on chat was like, yeah, don't lie to yourself, you may be gonna finishing 1, because that's the tempo that you have, and apparently my tempo is similar. Alright, so yeah. I think wait, I missed the comment here. Yeah, so I feel many writers also say let the readers think what you are about to write. Like just give them a spark, they will generate a fire in their mind. In my opinion, you know what, you are right. There is a scene in a TV series called SG-1. It's like a Stargate series, Stargate SG-1. I think it's SG-1, but there's actually a scene in which some character comes to the... Okay, maybe SG-1, the Stargate, is basically the story based on is a continuation of the story of the movie, that the people have found an ancient ring in the desert, which is a Stargate. It's just like a portal to other planets, right? So that's that's the premise. And at some point, it's of course under the control of the military. At some point, some dude comes in and he's like supposed to, I don't know, make the thing public to the American people, and is saying that he'll write a story or write a show about them. It's like a self-referential in a way, because it is the SG-1 TV show in which the character is making a TV show about the characters going through the adventures. So this. And one of the characters is saying something to the producer. One of the main characters is saying something to the producer, is like that your audience is general as sensible, intelligent people who will respond well to good content, something like this. And this made me think that sometimes you actually have to trust your audience, right? You can try to force every little detail on them, but it won't end well, right? You sometimes don't need to provide them with every little detail, because as long as you have a general framework of what you're providing, they can probably, you know, fill in the details on their own, right? Especially when you're talking about writing, right? You could write about every single, you know, emotion, or like whatever is happening right now, and make a long list of what is happening with the eyebrows, with the mouth, with the tears falling, with something. You know, let's say we're indicating sadness, right? You could make an entire list about that, but you probably don't need, because if you set up the scene correctly, and if you let the reader know that the person who just died is very close to the main character, and if you have this single tear, and like Gamer said before, like walking away, just looking away from stuff, it is enough for the reader to create the scene in their mind and feel it in the way that they want, in the way that they feel it is right. So sometimes you have to trust your audience. It's basically what I'm saying. You don't need to do all the thinking for them. It's actually really hard. I discovered this during my writing time. You know, when I was writing, I wanted to provide as many details as I could. I had this need maybe to provide as many details as I could, so that the audience can basically have you know, so that they are well informed. That was I thought, you know, that they should be well informed, and that I want to create this picture in their heads. But I soon realized that it's not necessary to paint the same picture in every person's head by providing all the details. It's about allowing them to create the picture in their head by giving some framework which they can feel. Yeah, so yeah, that's my comment on that, I suppose. Exactly what you're saying. So give them a spark and they will generate the fire. All right, this will be the king here. I think it's far away. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. I want to have some trumpets, because, you know, the heroes are coming in, so the trumpets will be like... I'm not sure how to put it like this in the flat situation. Oh, it's okay. To be honest, this story has like vast plot, like having too many vast options due to Portal and stuff. I can imagine some outcomes. I don't know. You know what? This is why I did not spend too much time on the portals. The idea here is that they're just going from portal to portal. This is the showcase of different biomes, kind of. If you think it like the Minecraft terms, it's going from one biome to another. The implication is that they are chasing the the octopus, right? So in here you can see the tentacle. In here you can see the octopus. In here it's terrible, but it's also a tentacle. So yeah, so it's like this kind of the framework we're working here with. I wouldn't read too much into this story, right? It's a silly story of characters that have geometrical shapes as their heads. So yeah, we don't need to think too much about it. Of course, the king will be cool. The king will have a crown, right, as a shape. So yeah, that's how we draw a king. If you are like me and can draw, let's give them legs. Let's put them on some red carpet, I suppose, like this, so that we know we are on which level we are. And of course, this should be kind of like a throne or something. He should be standing, he should be sitting, I don't know. Maybe he should be saying something, right? So, all hail the heroes, something like this. Maybe it is. Maybe this. Cryjax, welcome. Is this a hentai comic? It is not. It is not, but it has octopus, right? So there is a lot of tentacles involved, like this one. You see, this is the final confrontation with the tentacle. Sorry, with the octopus, with the space octopus, of course. But it is totally safe for work, right? The reason I'm making it safe for work is because. Oh, thank you very much for the drink. That's a good idea. Also, different camera angles so you can see the water I'm drinking. Oh, snag and stretch everything. Okay, this is actually a good time for a break. I'm gonna grab a snack actually. So I'm gonna leave you guys with some of those wonderful creations of mine. Yeah, with a kaboom. Have a kaboom. I'm gonna bring myself a snack and then I'm gonna go back to what I was talking about. Alright, I'm back. Also, I stretch a little bit along the way. The camera angle doesn't really show that, so you have to believe me that I'm stretching in here. We have some snacks, so I'm gonna grab it. Why not? I've been at it for almost 4 hours, so it's some time. All right. That's right. What else? Krajak is saying sadness due to this not being a hentai comic. Well, you know, I don't have the skill yet to make a erotic comic. I'm not planning to develop in that direction. So let's just try to draw anything at all. You know, that's today's agenda basically. Draw anything at all. To have the king on the platform, kind of. Should be stairs here. Yeah. But you know, there is enough risque content on the internet when it comes to comics and everything, so that you probably don't need mine, right? So I think we're good on this one. All right. Wait, why can't I draw nice stairs here? It's simple. King is standing on the platform, on like an elevation. The base for the floor is on this level. Okay. Okay. Huh, still sucks, but maybe it's not. Maybe I can pretend it's like a like a platform with, you know, stairs on all sides. Like here, here. Oh, maybe that's should I start with? I should start with lines, and then I should do the stairs. So let's have it. Will I have anything on the backside here? I'm not sure. All right. All right. That's kind of stairs, and that's kind of stairs. Ah, all right. Might as well. No, it's nothing too important. It's important to have the king in here, one way or the other. But I think I should move the king a little bit back, unless I can do something in the back here. I could imply that the throne is here, you know, and the king has descended a little bit. But he wouldn't, you know, he's the king after all. But he needs a throne, so I need to prolong this particular part, maybe towards the end. Okay. Stairs, actually stairs don't make sense here anymore. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I should like do a kind of an iron throne made of you know, swords and everything. Ah, okay. All right. I don't know how to draw it. It's gonna be something. It should go up here. Yeah. If it go up here, it's an implication of the thing on the side of the chair. Oh, actually, it's not bad. All right. This is good. And we should probably add some decoration. No, wait. The king will say something. I'm gonna have to place a speech bubble here, I believe. So the comic, I started in Polish, but now I'm wondering if I should just do it in English. I don't think the organizers of the event would mind if it was in English. They would print it, not print it, they would just add it to the zine anyway. Although I'm gonna have to ask. I'm gonna have to ask. But for now, let's do like all hail the heroes. Hail the heroes. Hail the heroes. Uh-huh. The reward will be explained in here. And here we can have just a speech bubble for the king. Yeah, something simple like this for the moment. And now we can work on the background. So I'm thinking that in the background, since it's a throne room, I should have like stained glass windows. At some point, let's see, like if they are walking here, how deep is this room? Maybe like this deep, right? Like something like this. And then here, walls begins to go up. So let's say about here-ish. And here we can quite easily make the stones. Well, it's the implication of stones for the moment. Yeah, like this. All right, so this is the room. This is the floor. Like we can like make the floor like this later on, and this will be the kind of a red carpet on which they're walking towards the king. All right, that makes sense. This should be a very like a straight line right from the get-go, so that I don't mess up later. I mean, hop. Okay, yeah, that's good. And the upper part not needed yet. And now the stained glass. So I believe the stained glass will go like over it, so over the panel. I think we can fit 3, right? So 1, 2, and 3. It's not very medieval like thingy to have a castle with stained glass here, but why not? All right, so this will be the windows. Should we read? Okay, maybe we can get 4 if we get them at equidistant. You know, 1, 2, 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter. In theory, the last one should go in here. Yeah, kind of like this. The implication of the 4th one. So that's good. And next is the wall. So let's continue with the brick wall. That's good. And like for now, seemingly random lines. The idea is to put them. I think that the way I draw it at least is that I put 2 lines like this, and then the lines in the next row are in between those lines. So it's like as if there were blocks placed upon each other. I think this is a very fast way of creating a brick wall like this. I'm gonna do it a little darker here, like a windowsill maybe. All right, and yeah, some random lines here. Probably in the final comic, I will be like drawing each stone individually, you know, with the in the main comic, I'll be drawing each one individually. I think something like I did, like I don't know, in this one, right? If you could see, those were made all like individual, even though the start was pretty much the same, like having lines and then lines every other way. Then I put the texture kind of individually. All right, stained glass windows. So, let's imply. I don't know, like maybe the sun, kind of the sun. Stained glass windows are what? Are essentially like colorful pieces of glass on the metallic like framework. Kind of like this. Maybe like this. Yeah. Some shapes. Some basic shapes, you know. We could go into much detail and figure out what the stained glass is depicting, but I don't think it's needed. Let's assume that it's depicting a person, a character, right? Like this, whatever. As long as we're gonna have like a circle in each of one, I think it's gonna make pretty much sense that, you know, this is a stained glass window. The comic will be in black and white, so colors will not be present here. So if colors are not present here, then we need to work with shapes. But yeah, I think that's good. So all hail the heroes. All hail the heroes. The king is saying. And here is like here's where the text plays. Gamers back. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are currently at the last page of the 8-page comic that I pretend to know how to do. And the almighty heroes who have just defeated the giant space octopus are getting a reward from the king. Maybe actually I can showcase this reward like a chest. Oh, maybe I can put a chest here. Some extra detail, right? Let's put a chest here and even open it, kind of. A little bit with gold. Yeah, and it should be like shining like this. It's terrible looking chest, but I think the idea is solid. We have to indicate that the heroes are getting paid for their job, because that was the premise of the comic, of the story, that they basically want to have get some money out of something, right? So maybe if I put a locked chest like this, and this chest is not a mimic, hopefully, so they're gonna get it. Yeah, okay, that's gonna fix it in post, right? No worries about this one. The implication is that there is a chest here. Maybe I have some space here. And since this is the red carpet going all the way to the throne, to this stand where the throne is and the king is, if the chest is here, then maybe I could paint a guard here. How do I Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna draw a guard, and guard will be the silhouettes are like this. You know, the silhouettes of the characters are like this. So what if I do the opposite on the guard? You know, indicating that it's like a shield on legs, right? Essentially, with a square helmet, yeah, or like a rectangular helmet. Yeah, okay, this sounds good. I'm gonna have to erase this, but the king should have his guards, his royal guards. So how about I go like this? Have a square rectangular head, and of course a halberd of some sorts, right? That sounds good. Oh, yeah, even one guard will be enough, but maybe we can have like two guards as well, right? Yeah, like this and this. Ah, no, two is too much. Two is too much. In here, on this level, I think I want to have the focus solely on the king rather than anything else. But one guard is very cool. Of course, I have to fix the stairs. So the stairs are going down here. All right, and in here, there's no stairs. So let's do it like this for the time being. All right, so there's a guard. Okay, that's good. And behind the throne, let's put some like one of those things that you have on the walls in the castle. I'm not sure what the name is. Like all those, not paintings, made of cloth or whatever. Tapestries. Yeah, I think tapestries. That's the word I'm looking for. The tapestry. Implication of a tapestry right behind the throne. I think that's a nice one. Gamer saying black and white means more imagination. Like I thought the one characters have hair were different color due to comic, but in movie it showed different. Yeah, maybe they couldn't get the actor with that particular hairstyle, or maybe they didn't want to change it. At some point when I was coming up with this with those characters in the very beginning, like where is it? Where's this paper? Yeah, when I was coming up with those characters in the very beginning, I figured out maybe that's not enough to have different heads of them. Maybe I kind of need to paint them different colors. Like wizard would be blue, this would be red, and this would be green. So it would be everything would be in black and white, but only the silhouettes would be in color. That was my also initial idea. For now, I think I'm gonna leave it black and white because I think the shapes of the head are enough to tell the characters apart, and it's not like it's not like a very long comic and hard to follow plot, so it shouldn't be a problem for the reader to understand the plot. But yeah, that's it. Okay, and now we're going to text. I'm gonna leave it for now. Now we're going to the last three panels. I'm looking at the clock. We're at 4-hour stream, which I think is very nice. So I believe that finishing those three will be something that I'm gonna wrap the stream on. So let's continue here. Let me just grab a snack one more time. Snack. Right? Okay. So now the heroes should be very happy after the reward. They should be carrying the chest, and they should be approached by this Nick Fury character. Let's see. What was the plan here? Okay, the plan was vastly unspecified. It was only to give an introduction like here in text, and then to introduce this character. Okay. If we say this, like place like a dialogue or whatever here, then we can have the presentation of the character, a mysterious character. Right, there is a mysterious character who has a question mark instead of a shape. Right, all of the characters has shape, and this one will have a question mark because he's so mysterious. That's the implication in here. Otherwise, we could do a circle with an eye patch, but I think a character like this could be introduced in that way. Maybe he doesn't have any weapons, unlike those characters. Oh, those characters should have their weapons here, right? So this one should have this. This should have daggers. So I'm gonna have to move them apart a little bit so that I can fit the hammer and the shield for the knight. Okay. Gamer is saying, I mostly think the ending, the start are crucial part of the story. Like ending a story, reader should feel the emotion you want them to feel. You should put off the book with more thoughts than before. When he picked the book, it might sound generic. I don't know. No, I agree with that. You know, it's in psychology that we mostly remember the beginning of something and the end of something. Like if we're talking with someone, we probably are better at recollecting what we said or what they said in the beginning of our conversation and at the end of the conversation, assuming that we have been, you know, present throughout the entire conversation, of course. But the middle details are sometimes hazy. So this is also why I think it's important to work on the beginning and on the middle. On the beginning and on the end, because if you are writing a story and you have a good beginning, then the people will continue read it, right? If you have a bad beginning, they will drop it. If you have a middle, there's a chance they will drop it, but there's a chance that they will continue, right? And of course, the ending has to be impeccable, has to be great, because that's what the people will bring out of this, and that's what the people will share with others. It's like, oh, I like Mass Effect 3, but I didn't like the ending. And, you know, everyone knows that Mass Effect 3 ending was, like, lacking. Or, like, this is the prevalent opinion, right? Because that's what we remember. Right now, we don't remember, if we're thinking Mass Effect 3, we don't remember the levels on Palaven, we don't remember the levels on Tuchanka or whatever, and whatever was in there throughout the adventure. I personally remember the beginning of the game, which is, I think, on Earth, when the Reapers are attacking London, if I'm not mistaken. And you have this tutorial area when you escaped it. And then I remember the ending very, very well, with all the variants that is there. But, you know, in the middle there was an adventure. So you're definitely correct in saying how important it is to focus on the ending, right? To focus on the ending, because that's what remains with the people after they have finished reading or exploring certain things. For example, in this particular comic, they will know that there are heroes and there is an octopus. They won't know the details of whether the octopus was holding the characters in here and whether the octopus was hiding under the bridge. Although it is pretty funny, so they may remember it. But they will remember, like, the ending, that they have defeated the octopus, and they were like, oh, I read the comic about the space octopus, and it was like cool, right? Like, I didn't like Demon Slayer Tokyo Revengers ending, but yeah, okay, I'm not familiar with those, to be honest, so I can't comment on that. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten to checking this particular piece of entertainment yet. All right, so a mysterious figure, like the comment here will be like, a mysterious figure approaches. A mysterious... It's gonna be like, but then a mysterious figure approached. Like, this is the comic sound, comic, like, narration. A mysterious character, a figure, not character, figure. Doesn't matter. Figure approached. All right. We could make something funny out of that, like, we could actually dissect this character as a this is a mysterious figure. If you think about the mysterious figure, it's like probably a character who is, you know, hooded. He has a hood over his head. There's a cloak on that, you know, probably black cloak. He's moving very silently, very effortlessly, probably. He's moving unseen. So I kind of would like to build upon that. You know what? There is there's something we can connect to an earlier scene. So in this scene, I had this idea so that the characters are being presented in here in their weapons. They're joining together to attack the octopus with their ultimate skills. But if you look closely in the background, I written some words which are the representation of the heroes, of the values that they follow. So it's like strength, honor, honesty, light, power, all those righteousness, And I'm thinking that in the final version it will be like the silhouette, of course, finished, and in the background there will be those words, just lines of words creating the background for those characters and just showcasing what is the source of their strength, kind of like that's the idea I'm having here. And it's the same for all the other characters. Like in this case of the ranger, it's probably like cunning, like agility, like all those things that we associate with roguish characters. They will be like written down in the background in a very not very small letters, but like I'm thinking either the lines of those letters, even if the words are repeated, or maybe like floating to those words, so those ideas like floating behind them. And I think if we go to this one, we can also have the same thing, but the words here will be unclear. It will be like a unknown, unspecified, not sure, like clandestine, sneaky, that we're basically gonna have the same presentation of a character as we did before, in the same way, but the words will not tell us anything about this. It's kind of like there's a TV show Sherlock, right, with Benedict Cumberbatch, and he during that show they in the post production, they do this really nice thing when Sherlock is looking at someone and is analyzing their behavior, or looking at something and analyzing the scene of the crime, for example. And there are those words appearing, those words that are suggesting things. For example, he looks at at some character and he draws conclusions that this character is left-handed and whatever, and those words are floating behind him, floating throughout the scene, not behind him. Actually, floating behind him or around him when he's thinking, when we have the close-up to his face. But there's this one scene in which what's the name of the character? Is that Irene Adler there? I think it is Irene Adler, right? And he actually meets her for the first time naked, right? And he cannot get a conclusion. And the way they did it is that there are question marks. He's trying to analyze her face. He's trying to analyze her posture, whatever. And it's like question mark, question mark, question marks. He doesn't know what it is all about. So maybe this is something that I would like to evoke here. Like, this will be a mysterious character appearing in the same way that the characters are appearing here or being described here, but it will be super mysterious, right? Yeah. Okay, that's the direction I would like to take this. And he should be in the middle. He's on the side. I don't like this. So let's fix that. Okay. Gamers saying, but people didn't like Tokyo Revengers ending, so added 8 special chapters in it. Sometimes writers are generous, I guess. Yeah, you can never please everyone, right? Sometimes you will write a story and people may enjoy the story, but they will not enjoy the ending. And then the question remains, should you create more to just make sure that more people enjoy the ending and risk the wrath of potential wrath of those people who have enjoyed the original ending? Or should you just leave it be and accept it that the ending was not liked universally, and just ask yourself, is that is like what kind of message you want to send? Like, is your original vision a good one, or maybe you just want to appeal to wider audiences or possibly to others? Near Model is back. We are back. You are on TV since you are cooking right now. Oh yeah, welcome back, Near Model. Welcome. Is this Dark Souls music? Let me check. This is the playlist from Spotify. Note is actually Wings of Liberty, Glenn Stafford, Derek Duke. So this is StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty. Unless there was something else before. No, before that it was Grim Fandango, a very old game, by the way. And later on it'll be something else. No, the one before was Grim Fandango. Grim Fandango, a very old game from LucasArts, if I'm not mistaken. Grim Fandango was from LucasArts. I think it's a point-and-click adventure game, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. So maybe that was this. All right, moving our mysterious character to the middle. Let's make sure we know where the middle is. Okay. All right. So in your model, if you are not too busy cooking, but I believe you are, what are you cooking today? And can I have some? Okay. Let's have the character here. I'm gonna put it right here so you guys can see it better. I hope that throughout this stream I was able to, keep the center of attention in the center of the frame. Because of course, looking here at the desk and looking at the PC, it's never easy to manage it. Okay, there's a question mark because this is a mysterious character, and yeah, no weapons next to him. Like those characters here are established, so we know it is a wizard, it is something. This one will not have anything because he's so mysterious, right? Or maybe it's a she actually. Who knows? Basically, it is the Nick Fury character that will get those characters into the Avengers Initiative. I mean, Avengers Initiative. I'm saying this with quotes, right? Nirmal is saying, I'm making tiramisu right now, and Nighty does something with fruits. All right. Please enjoy. Please enjoy. How about I draw this? How about I drew this like in an alleyway? Like they're encountering the character in an alley. Mysterious character coming out from the dark alley. I think it makes sense. So let's assume that this will be the alley. Oh my goodness, new model, I just remembered that I was supposed to let Reshka know that I'll be streaming my drawing experiences. I feel so bad right now. Ah, alright. Okay, let's see. This will be the alleyway. Like I said, I think that during today's stream I'm gonna finish all those things. I won't be starting anything with the solid black color, so only sketches today. And to be honest, I'm not sure if I will continue it on stream. I never planned to be doing art streams, but I'm having fun. I'm having so much fun just drawing stuff and exploring it. I hope you guys are also having fun. And I also enjoyed the talk that we had about the creative process, about writing, about video games, about movies. Hugely appreciate you guys being here. He's in the alleyway, but the alleyway doesn't look good. I don't like it. Maybe it should be more narrow, to have him like walk out of it. Or maybe like in the corner. I can actually make it in the corner. I don't need it to be like this. I can just say that a mysterious figure appears in the corner. Like this. Of course, I don't want to have too many... No, wait. This is against the concept that I explored earlier, right? If I want to have words, then the character needs to be floating kind of in space. So maybe I shouldn't be worried about this. It can be... okay, how about I... Yeah, let's erase that. Let's go back to the floating in space kind of vibe. Yeah, we don't have enough panels to draw the mysterious characters unless it was a horror comic. Oh, it's okay. It's like it's a panel in which the character is like it's appearing and it's basically saying, I'm here to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative or whatever. Let's hunt the dragon together. Then the characters are saying, but the dragons are no more. and he's like, think again or something like this, and there's like the end question mark. And I think that's the cliffhangery situation that I'm gonna go here. And next year, or maybe on the 24-hour challenge comic, in the event 24-hour challenge, I will draw a bigger comic with hunting a dragon. That will be the follow-up to this one. It could be fun. New model is saying I told her, but she doesn't have account, so she probably would lurk unlocked. All right, if she's there, if you're there, Reshka, just thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I'm gonna grab some chips. Give me a moment. Yeah, it's basically the textbook exercise of developing a style, right? You start writing stuff or drawing stuff, and you figure out there is a thing that works for you. For me, what works for me is those simplified characters who have the silhouette, the legs, and the shape, right, of their heads. Maybe an accessory, and this is what it works. And apparently, probably the next time I'm gonna draw such a comic, I'm gonna save myself some time, skip coming up ahead with a concept. I'm gonna start with this concept and focus on the story. Focus on delivering the actual stuff. That's what happened actually with New Model, who is present here with her comics. She started with drawing cats in her first comic, and then every challenge, every time the challenge came again, and she participated, she was like, I'm gonna do cats again and again and again. And now she's not only proficient in drawing cats, probably always has been, but a lot of cats has been drawn in her comics. She probably can, speed up the process because she already knows the shapes or like the style in which she wants to draw a cat. So that's how you can develop stuff quickly. Nirmal is saying, yeah, cats are easy and funny. Yeah, I mean, cats are easy and funny, but remember in your model, you have to do the the spin-off of your comic with chickens, right? Because in the last comic you put some funny chickens, and and it's gonna be interesting. Yep, it goes faster on marathons. Yeah, exactly. In the terms of marathons, in terms of like events with limited time span, you kind of want to have at least the style or like the general idea in your workshop, so that you don't spend hours and hours figuring out how to draw your character. If you have the idea first, maybe a recycled idea from some other event, then you can do it. You can do it help. And if I have you to help with the story, it's doable to do in 8 hours. Yeah, of course. That's what was that? What is that 90s always saying? The teamworks make the dream work, right? Gamer is saying, so yeah, you're going to a simple but thought-provoking ending. Yeah, I mean, the thought-provoking ending, the thought that I'm hoping to provoke here is that why on earth this guy decided to tell a story of a space octopus, right? That's one. And the other thing that I'm hoping to achieve is that if this guy could tell a story on 8 pages, and consistent story, weird and crazy, but consistent story on 8 pages with such simple characters, then maybe I can do it too. That would be the greatest thing ever. If someone, some aspiring artist, whoever, a person, a human being, if they will look at my comic and they will like, oh, simple characters, but they made it work. This guy made it work, and maybe I can do it too. That would be absolutely amazing. So yeah, guys, if you're out there and you have never drawn a comic, don't be afraid. I was super afraid, but I have artist friends who encourage me, and probably by basking in their aura of arts, I gained some skills. So yeah, so that's why we're doing here today. Nirmala is laughing. Chicken story in comic. That's good. Chicken story. Alright, so mysterious figure appears here. We're gonna go with this with the schemes that I mentioned here, right? So words around the characters, like a like secret. clandestine, forbidden, I don't know, shady. Yeah, so words, there will be like words like this floating around this figure. Maybe I can, you know what, I can hide an Easter egg here, you know. Maybe if I do the shade of the character in the shape of a pentagon, right? Bear with me. I have to draw it better, but let's say it's a pentagon, right? It's a pentagon shape. And why is it important? Is because in the very beginning, right? The very beginning of the story presents the characters. And I figure out that presenting those characters would be fun if I, you know, show them in their like places that they are. So the wizard is in the kind of a wizard tower, probably books, you know, library kind of, maybe some experiments, alchemy, stuff like this. There's a castle, of course, and there's a forest, so natural environment for the knight and the rogue character. But please note that those characters are standing over the shapes that are you know, the same shapes as their head, right? So Circus, the magic of the mage of the circle, I suppose, is standing over a circle. This guy is standing on a rectangle, and this lady is standing on a rock that is triangular shape. The implication here is that this is a stream, and this is like water flowing, and this doesn't matter the details. Important is that circle stands on circle, rectangle on a rectangle, triangle on triangle, right? So that's the like a lore of the universe. And let's say that this guy has a mystery head. We don't know who he is, but let's say he's standing on a pentagon, right? And what does it mean? We don't know. The reader can guess that maybe he actually has a pentagonal head because he's standing on such a shape. If they watch the clearly. But another like Easter egg / implication / I don't know what is that this particular you know, tentacle monster Octopus, when it was beginning to conjure up the portals, was also standing on the pentagon, right? So that's how you create the story, I suppose. Because right now, if someone would be so into this comic to notice actually the shape here and the shape here, they were like, is there a connection between this you know, tentacle monster that terrorized the city and he was using the pentagonal magic with the guy who is a mystery character and is standing on a pentagonal shape? And it's like, you know, that's a mystery. You know, that's how we tease the audience. That's how we tease the audience basically when you have something more to be told, I suppose. Not sure if I have something more to be told, but who knows? Some questions left for the audience. Can be an interesting like a device to generate buzz about your media, you know. If something is unclear, then as we established together, then probably the audience can fill the gaps on their own. But if they cannot on their own, or if many people are trying to do so, and if there are conflicting visions, then you have the talk about your art. Same with movies, same with what? With video games, I suppose. If something is left unclear. All right. Story of animals is quite good to write. I feel maybe I'll try something. Yes, gamer, come on, let's do that. Just pick an animal that you like and try to do it. You know, it can be a cat, it can be a dog, it can be a duck, whatever. You absolutely have the capacity to do so. It doesn't have to be super detailed. It doesn't have to be very, very intricate. Like, once again, last year I started with this. I started with this, and the way it started was actually I was doodling. I actually, you know, drew the shape of an owl, and then I drew the shape of a tree, and I was like, okay, so what else can be on a tree? Okay, spider. Okay, a cat. Okay, the entire tree, right? And next to a tree, a hare, and maybe a hedgehog. You know, and that's how this particular comic came to life, because I started with some basic shapes, and I was like, okay, this looks like an owl. Maybe we can go with this something. And it doesn't even have to look like very detailed, you know. in here, the owl has one wing that is feathered, basically. But in here, it's just a shape, just a shape, a silhouette of an owl, implication of a wing, and, eyes and everything. Look at the spider here. This spider is basically half a circle with 2 points and a couple of lines next to it. So that's how simple you can go. Yeah. 90 is saying, your model is saying that 90 is saying, our boy growing up so fast in artistic world, proud. Yeah. Shout out to 90 and your model for always inspiring me with their amazing art. Absolutely amazing. I feel editors and assistants also play a good role in a good book or a comic. They often are left unappreciated unless they themselves start writing a big book from that experience, so it's a cycle, I guess. You're right. The words editors and assistants are very big, of course, and they describe well what is important in the process. But I would try to make it easier for anyone who wants to begin with, and just have a friend, right? Just have a friend, a person that can give you some feedback, right? Maybe they're gonna notice something with your story that you haven't noticed before, and maybe you can then improve on that. Don't be afraid of the feedback, and especially if you have a person that you trust, they will try to give you a good feedback, hopefully, probably, while also preserving your feelings. So it's a perfect deal, more often than not. Maybe that's what I would advise here if someone wants to try doing anything creative. It's probably always good to have someone else look at your work. You have this perfect vision in your head, and you're trying to put it on paper, be that with words or with drawings, with paints or anything, and it's good to have like this check. Am I putting it like correctly, like technically correctly, not correctly? It's like if I'm making a good job conveying what is in my head on the piece of paper. And the only way we can reliably do this is by asking another person, because I can look at it and I know that this is a scene in a throne room, but I would probably gladly appreciate if someone would be like, okay, this is a throne room, but in the throne rooms there should be like, I don't know, a knight or trumpets, right? And I was like, yeah, this is actually true. This will bring another detail to the throne room. I should probably add it. And it's like, something that I have never, for example, thought about, but someone will be like, yeah, this is obvious that there should be a trumpet because they're announcing that the heroes are coming, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, so this is why the editor or assistant is important, or basically a friend, basically another person, another human being who can look at your art, look at your stuff, and just have some fun with it. You're always saying that 90 is saying, good comic, slaps comics proudly. It's a good comic, yeah, it's a good comic. It is a good one, it's a good one. I'm so happy that I have started, and I'm very happy that even now on stream I have the ability to draw a little bit and to talk about it and to share my impressions when it comes to, we've been talking about video games, we've been talking about the creative process, the approach to it and everything. I hugely appreciate those conversations. Thank you guys for being here and just chatting around. It's absolutely amazing. Plus we're testing the music in the background, which I believe right now it's from Hades, right? Or it's very similar. No, it's actually Borderlands 2. Okay, it's actually Borderlands 2. Jasper Kit. Borderlands 2, alright. It sounded vaguely as Hades. Oh, speaking of Hades, I have bought Hades 2. It's still in kind of an early access, but I trust those guys because the first game was great. Still haven't played Hades 2. I'm wondering if I should play it on stream to just check it out. It's it's not an RPG game, so not my usual genre, but I would be okay with trying that. I'm thinking that some sort of it's rather skill-based game, right? So it can be very interesting to see if the bosses are challenging like they were in the first game. Some of them were in the very beginning. It's a very, very nice game. Highly recommended. Hades, I highly recommend this game. It also teaches you a lot about mythology, I suppose. One of the things in Polish schools, at least, one of the mandatory books that you have to read is actually Greek mythology. Not the entire one, but like some chosen myths. And I think that for the years to come, it will be like this, that you have to read these books at school. And while reading books is very important, sometimes other media will do a better job conveying certain cultural, achievements of the past rather than the book. And I think, okay, maybe Hades is not like the go-to thing when you want to learn about Greek mythology, because you don't have certain parts there, but you have a lot of, you have Poseidon, you have Athena, you have all those gods who are talking to Zagreus on his way through the well, not hell, but through the underworld, I suppose. And a lot can be learned through that, in the relationships and everything. Gamer is saying, plus sometimes you can't see what others can see because you are used to seeing that scene in your head multiple times. That's true. Sometimes when I was writing, it's like I wrote a scene and the scene made sense to me, but there was something missing, right? And I read it, what is missing? I don't know what is missing here, right? Like there should be something. And only after, having other set of eyes read the scene, check out the scene, I was only able to improve on it because someone recommended something to me, something that was different, that put my way of thinking into other tracks, right? You have your own set of tracks and you follow those tracks, but someone else is telling you to go the other way maybe, and you're like, yes, this is better. Thank you very much for showing me this, right? So this is it. All right, so going back to this comic, a mysterious figure appears, and I suppose right now we should have those main characters in here, or at least one of the main characters. For example, I think I kind of established that their smart leader is the wizard. So I think I will be okay with just drawing a wizard here, right? Let's say that's the wizard here. There's a close-up on the wizard, and the wizard will say something. So a mysterious figure approaches, and he'll be like, "Who are you?" Kind of question. Who are you, stranger? And now I have to establish the intention of this character. So maybe I have to... Mysterious stranger appears. I have been watching you. Like, okay. Now we have to really figure out how to finish the story so that we are not running out of panels. I want to have this like a line of a mysterious figure approaches, and then he should say like something. I want to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative, or like, would you like to hunt a dragon? Actually, would you like to hunt a dragon? It's a very simple line that I can fit somewhere here, right? Okay, maybe like this. Or even a mysterious figure approached and asked the like we're gonna do it in a narration rather than dialogue. We're gonna do like a mysterious figure approached and asked about hunting a dragon. Yeah, the way I want to do it in the narration boxes rather than dialogue is to take the voice away from this character to make them even more mysterious. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but if there's a speech bubble, we can reliably imagine a way they're talking. And if I don't do this, maybe it's like it's a more of a mystery. Like, and like let's say this is asking about dragons, and like, dragons? This one asks dragons? There are no more dragons. There are no more dragons. They are all extinct. All right. And now I'm thinking that the last panel should be something along the line of, those maps in fantasy, or like all sort of maps that we're gonna have a mountain range here, we're gonna have like an ocean, whatever, and like mystery is something, there's a kingdom, blah blah blah, and there will be like an arrow. Here be dragons, right? Here be dragons. And maybe we can actually have the speech bubble here. It's gonna be implication that this is the mystery character saying, because the mage is like, there are no more dragons. They're all extinct. Not all of them. All of them, right? He says, and it's like, are you in? Or are you ready for another adventure? Are you in? Oh, actually, are you in is less is more. Like we established, less is more. So, are you in? Question mark. And there will be like the end? Question mark. Yeah, and that's how we're gonna end this story. The mysterious stranger comes up to the heroes who have just received the reward from the king, and he's like, "I've been watching you." Maybe not. I've been watching you, but he says about dragons, and the main wizard is skeptical. Of course, there are no more dragons, and he responds like, "Not all of them. Are you in?" And he shows the map where there is an indication that dragons are out there. You know, something like this. I think that's the direction I want to do it. I'm not sure. I think it fits, right? There isn't a space for the main characters or even Circus, the wizard here, to respond to the question, "Are you in?" But I think it's okay. Like, the conflict has been resolved on this one, right? The conflict has been resolved on this panel basically, and in the text here, there will be text here, summarizing up the adventure and that the octopus have been defeated. And in here, there's a resolution of conflict, and the story is basically over at this point. Like, all hail the heroes. This could be over. We don't need this part actually, and we're gonna be doing like this. Hey, it's Bees here. Welcome, Bees. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream that is not RPG, not Baldur's Gate, but we're drawing a comic. We're drawing a comic. A quick recap is that 1 week ago, I took part in an 8-hour challenge in which you had to draw 8 pages of a comic in 8 hours. And I drew 5 of them, so I wanted to continue and finish it. And I can't draw for shit, but I'm learning, and I'm having so much fun. So yeah, welcome in. We're just finishing the story, actually. I'm gonna be doing a recap of the entire story. I'm gonna show you all the panels that we've drew. So stay in and check it out. How are you doing, Bees? Also, Gamer is saying, yeah, you are good at drawing. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I feel I gotta start from basics again if I start drawing. I feel like inheriting some of my trends into the main character. Do you feel the same sometimes? Yeah, this is true. Sometimes when you're writing a character, well, you have to base it off something. Like, you can base, if you have a character, you're basically basing it on 2 things. The archetype of that character. Actually, you know what? I should be making it more interactive. So if you have a character, you have the archetype of the character, right? And your interpretation of this character, I would say. Interpretation. So if you're thinking about writing a knight character, you know what the knight character is, right? It's a guy who has an armor, has a shield, has a sword, probably something like this. He has some, paladin-like values. Maybe he's protecting the weak or something like this. There's an archetype of a knight character. But then there's your interpretation of the character. And the interpretation part is actually something that you put into this archetype or put over this archetype. It can be your own personality. So let's say you're kind of a, let's say you're a joker, let's say you like making jokes and stuff like this. Then this archetype of a knight, this knight that your character you're drawing based on, or drawing or writing, right, creating maybe, he becomes a very high-spirited, jolly knight because you actually added your own interpretation to the archetype, I think, right? And sometimes it doesn't need to be your interpretation. Maybe you have an archetype of a character who is a rogue, for example, and you have a friend who likes rogues, for example. So if you're making that character with the help of the interpretation of the character features of borrowed or even stolen from the personality of your friend, then you can create a character that is entirely new and original to your story. So I agree with what you're saying, Gamer, because because sometimes when you're writing a character, you are thinking like this character acts in the way I would act. So basically it's the same for you and the character, which makes it super easy to write your character because you basically write yourself, right? When it comes to dialogues, when it comes to actions that they do. It's the same as in movies, right? It is often said, like for example, if there's let's say there's a role that an actor has, and in that role, we have the actor, I don't know, the character in the story is like basically having a lot of parties. Like let's say they're having a lot of parties, on a boat, throwing dollars all around, just drinking expensive alcohol, just carousing basically like this, and actor may be leading the same life because they're rich, because they have gained money from other movies, right? So they, at this case, they're basically playing themselves. You could say that they are playing themselves. So I can definitely see the parallel here, and the idea sticks, in my opinion. Bees is saying that just woke up. All right, welcome. I have been at it for a couple of hours right now, and I'm rather closer to finishing rather than beginning, but I'm hugely appreciate you guys being here. I enjoy the talk about the movies, about the creative process, and thank you for sticking with me throughout the weird stuff that I'm creating. This will be the map here. I think that the map should have like torn edges or something like this, right? So it's gonna be irregular, maybe, right? Yeah. And are you in? Actually, the way Cryjax you wrote it, R with an R and U and in, it's actually very very fun. Maybe I can do that, or maybe I'm just gonna do the regular "Are you in?" So yeah, okay, and that's probably the end of the comic. So let me show you guys what I have been up to. What we did here. I just have to sort it. Moment. Okay. This is the first one. This is the second. All right. It's kind of fun actually talking about the plot, etc. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I only did one just chatting stream ever, and that was when I was in Egypt, and I was trying to connect via mobile, and actually worked. I was able to chat with people and tell them about Egypt for like half an hour before everything broke. But yeah, chatting is very cool. Chatting is very cool. All right. So guys, a quick recap for anyone who might have been joining not in the beginning, but right now. Welcome. My name is Prain, and I usually play role-playing games. I am not an artist. I do not believe I have the skill set required to be an artist. But I am also an idiot. I'm also an idiot who can hold a pencil most of the time. And yes, I can do something. So the basic premise is that last week there was an event in my city called Comic Marathon, in which you are supposed to draw 8 pages of a comic in 8 hours. It's an event that is very like lighthearted. It's nothing too serious. It's basically an excuse for people who like to draw to get together and work on a prompt that is given by the organizers. So I went there mostly to hang out with my artist friends, of which I have many, and they're super talented, but also to help them with maybe their script, because I feel I'm better at writing than anything else when it comes to creative process. And as it turned out, I actually created a comic myself. So last year I also did it. During 8 hours, I did not create 8 pages. I created a comic with 8 panels. So it is in Polish, because Polish is my native language. So I'm gonna translate it quickly for you. Last year's team was actually, wait, is it like okay? It's closed up. Last year's team was Jump, skok in Polish. You can also learn Polish, by the way, right now. So it was Jump. That was the team, and I drew an owl, a spider, a cat, and a hedgehog, and a hare. Makes sense. Animals. Very easy to begin with. If you don't want to draw human characters like I do, try with animals. Maybe it'll be something that will help you get started. And the plot is as follows. I'm going to translate it to you so that you can know how amazing story I have created last year. So the owl is saying, listen up animals, there's a thing. They are doing a comic about us titled Jump, right? It's a very self-referential and self-aware kind of a comic. And the owl is asking, who amongst you can jump? And there is a hedgehog saying, I can do that because hedgehogs are very jumpy. Are they? Let's not divulge on that. The spider, ever sarcastic, is saying, it's an excellent idea. There is no better one, right? The hare, who is here, tries to protest, but of course the cat is shutting him down, saying, be quiet, like ear face, right? And the owl continues the plan. There's the plan. The hedgehog is jumping. The hare is making sure like everything is secure. The spider weaves a safety net, and the cat is not meddling because cats, as you can imagine, you know, they're cats are assholes, right? So this is it. And the cat is sleeping in here, 3, 2, 1. And the hedgehog is of course jumping. You can see the jump, you know. You can see the dynamics of the shot, right? You can feel it. You can feel the wind. Okay. Basically, it's like fly, hedgehog fly, and now land. And of course, the hedgehog lands safely, as implied in the narration here. And the very happy owl is like, "Good job, animals." And the a little bit like annoyed hare or rabbit is asking, and where's the point? Where's the point of the comic, right? And the spider is asking is saying that we have run out of the panels because, you know, 8 panels. So, and that's how the story ends basically. That's what I did last year, and this year I decided that I might as well try to do a full 8 pages of the comic, and I'm very happy to say that the sketches at least are done, and I'm gonna have to, you know, do them in the proper way with some of the pens, you know. I don't have a huge repertoire when it comes to things that I possess that are related to drawing. That like basically that's this, you know, a couple of pencils, a rubber, you know, a sharpener, and I don't know, a couple of those, you know, pens, I suppose that's the appropriate word, with different like tips of different widths, so that I can fill in the gaps and everything. So yeah, this is my repertoire when it comes. This is my like you know, my equipment, my artist equipment, and I'm very happy to say that I actually finished the 8 sketches, the 8 pages of sketches. So let's go over them. But first, chat. Nirmal is saying 47-hour stream. What? How 47 hours? I wouldn't do ever 47-hour stream. Why would that do 47? Unless you were like referring to the 4.7 time hour stream, because look like we're on 5 hours. So 1 hour ago I was like, hey, we're gonna be probably wrapping up 4 hours, but yeah, we're still here. All right, so the one from Egypt. All right, yeah. For those of you, thank you, Nirmal. Okay, I didn't get that one. For those of you who don't know, I was streaming from Egypt. And the VOD that saved from it was super weird because it indicated that the stream was live for 47 hours, which it was not. It was total of 40 something minutes, or like 50 something minutes. It broke twice during the transmission. And for whatever reason, the VOD that was saved, it was unreadable for the most part, but it indicated 47 hours. It was like, why Twitch? It was a very, very strange idea that happened. Nirmal is saying you don't need skill set to be an artist. Everyone listen up to Nirmal. Nirmal is very wise in that regard. Like, I do not have a very good skill set or any skill set, but I can, you know, but I have courage. Maybe that's the lesson I want to convey here, or like that's the sentiment I want to convey here. I'm not afraid to just keep drawing lines and show them to the people on the internet, who amongst you there are probably people who can draw better things, or who have seen, you probably all have seen better art than this, you know. But the point is to not be afraid to share your creations with the world, be that a you know, a picture, you know, that you're making, like a painting, or a story that you're writing. It's all about the joy of creating, and it's all about the joy of sharing this and evoking emotions in your audience, you know, because sooner or later you're gonna evoke some emotions. Someone will say, it's fun, I like it. Someone say, oh, it's beautiful, it's actually really pretty, and it's like you know, very, very nice to to interact with the audience, not only by talking to them and getting like feedback in the word form, but also knowing that you have evoked some emotion. So this is very good. And Krajak is saying skok equals jump. Yes, okay, like Normal is saying, that's true. And yeah, what else do we have? You actually created 2 stories. Well, technically, yes. I mean, I helped with your story and I created my story as well. Krajak is saying, do story about Owl who started streaming as Futor. Okay. And Gamer is saying, have a nice stream. If you're going, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for joining. If you're going Gamer, I appreciate you being here. Cryjax, yeah, do story about an owl who started streaming as Vutor. Yeah, okay, considering there might be a couple of people in the chat, I want to just give a quick recap of what I'm doing on the channel, because this is not an art channel primarily. This is, I'm mostly doing gaming, you know, RPG games. If you want to see me play games like Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, you can see it on Monday. We're actually finishing the game on Monday. So it's gonna be pretty exciting. We are doing a no weapon, no armor challenge. So this is a very interesting, I think, way to play the game and end the game. I'm hoping to finish it this Monday. I think we're good. I think we're good because we have done most of the content already. So this is it. Aside from that, I am a huge fan of other RPGs and especially Baldur's Gate 3. Lately, on Thursdays, I'm doing a Hitman challenge in which you guys are deciding which NPC to kill out of the list of all available NPCs that I have encountered in the game. And this is basically, you know, a fantasy of a murder hobo just trying to get rid of the targets in a way so that it don't aggro everyone else. So we sometimes need to be smart, but it's been going well so far. We also needed to kill some of our party members, Rip, Karlak, and Shadowheart. So maybe we're gonna have to rest them at some point or whatever. But the regular NPCs are definitely to be killed, right? So that's it. And yeah, and this is what I'm doing. Also starting July, my regular streaming schedule will be Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday in the evenings. So evenings local time, so you know, relative to the Europe or Polish time. If you're interested, you can always join Discord. There is a link somewhere in the channel. On the Discord, there is always an update on what I'm streaming this week. There's also some other cool stuff, including a bot that is giving us the launches of the video games this week and the news from the various gaming websites, because I would like to I like to keep up with the news of gaming, because that's the area that I'm intimately familiar with, not only for my job but also for my hobby. So yeah, so this is me when it comes to the channel, and let's see the fruit of our labor today. What we have created in the comic, and what we're gonna do. Do it like, oh, there's a follower. Welcome. It's a Rashunya. Oh my goodness. Did you just create the account? Did you just create the account? Come on. I mean, I'm 100% it's Reshka, right? Yes. Okay. Welcome, Reshka. Hello. All right. Oh my goodness. We have to write the message. We have to write the message for Reshka then. Hello, it's me. Yes, you're here. All right, so Reshka, what you may not know is that I have a board of followers. Let me just grab it real quick. Yeah, I have a board of followers, basically. I probably can do it on the other one. Give me that. Give me this. All right. What is here? All right. So we have this thingy, a board of followers. I'm putting every follower who has ever followed me on this board, and I'm very happy to get you here, Rashunya. So let me just say something nice here. All right, where's the pen? Is that the pen? No. Which one is that? This one. All right. So we have Rashunya. Some of you may recognize Rashunya because she was part of the Java crew during the 1-year anniversary stream, and with her help we have this wonderful TIE Interceptor Lego model that is behind me. We're gonna see it in just a second when I'm gonna do a white shot. But yeah, Welcome, Rashunya. Welcome to Twitch. I'm very happy to greet you here. And I hope that we can play some video games together, you know. Join on the streams. Check it out. Rashunya underscore, right? Yeah, okay. Rashunya. And we have the date, 29th and 06 and 2024. All right, so like I said, everyone who is ever joining is getting on the board of followers. And actually, Cryjax is suggesting doing a bit more. He's suggesting doing a personalized greeting for Rashunya. All right. So, Rashunya, you have been blessed by Cryjax, who is one of our fantastic viewers here, with giving you a personalized greeting. So, do you know what a personalized greeting is? It's a way for the bot to greet you. I have to change the scene right now. Does gameplay work in this case? Yeah, it works. All right, so nuclear explosions doesn't matter. And let me just quickly go to my chatbot. All right, and we have the, where is this? The commands? No, the extra, no, events. All right. So whenever someone is is joining the stream and has the personalized greetings, the bot will greet them. So I will be very happy, Rashunya, to add you here. And tell me something that you like. We have to figure out. I'm gonna tell you what the syntax is. For example, Near Model has the following greeting. Near Model has made a sound. This owl sneaks in from the shadows, being the witch artist that she is. Say hi to her. So Reshka, if you'd like to help me with your own greeting, I'll be very glad. Just let me know what you like. How would you like to be greeted on the stream so that you can feel welcome, basically. Reshunya underscore. If not, I'm gonna have to figure out something on my own. But let me know. Reshka has made a sound. This owl. What can we say about Reshka? Definitely that she's a master Lego builder, right? Because that's what we established. We can also say that there's an artistic owl, because Reshka also was part of the 8-hour comic challenge. Artistic owl is a master Lego builder. Oh, you have no idea? Come on. I'm pretty sure you can think of something. Do you want something related to Astarion? Or like, probably Raphael. Who is your favorite character from Baldur's Gate 3? Do you want to be named the wife of Raphael, for example? If that's okay. Or maybe, maybe another one of the 1,000 wives of Astarion. Let me know. I think you're a fan of Raphael, right? Aelin. Oh, okay. All right. Let's go with Aelin then. So Aelin is your favorite character. What can I do? This artistic owl is a master Lego builder, and the president of Dame Aelin fan club. How about that? How does it sound for you? Sounds good? Natalie saying good night, everyone. Thank you, Natalie, for subscribing today and for being here. I hugely appreciate that. I should be saying it to the camera. Yeah, that's me. I'm here. Thank you very much, Natalie, for being here. Take a good night's sleep. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Lol. Yeah. I mean, okay, maybe I'm an idiot. I should be just moving like this, right? And say, yeah, thank you very much. But I have to put the camera down again so that we're gonna have the nice angle on the desk. Yeah. But yeah, thank you very much for joining, and good luck in more Diablo gameplay. Don't die, or don't die too much at least. Ruchun is saying perfect. All right. So thanks to Cryjax, Reshka has now have a personalized greeting. Reshka has made a sound. This artistic owl is a master Lego builder and the president of Dame Aelin, chyba, I think, and the president of the Dame Aelin fan club. Say hi to her. All right. Now that the command is up, the next time you write something, Reshka, I believe the bot will greet you. So feel free to try. And I'm gonna go back to this. All right. All right. Let me just grab a sip of water. I'm gonna grab a sip of water and then we're gonna do it. All right. See? All right. The bot has reacted. So now every time you're gonna join my stream, you're gonna have a personalized greeting courtesy of Cryjax. So be sure to thank Cryjax for his donation. I'm not sure how to for the fact that he redeemed 1,000 of his own points to give you a personalized greeting. Yeah, basically thank Cryjax. All right, so guys, we've been at it for 5 hours and it has been a blast. But I don't think we're gonna be continuing with the further stuff here because I'm getting kind of hungry. So let me just give you a quick recap of the story of what it is. It is in Polish, so I'm gonna translate it to English for you guys. And yes, she already thanked me with her heart at Lego Construct. Oh, so it was like a payback. Yeah, okay, all right, makes sense, makes sense. Yes, because Reshka, when you were building, Cryjax was also on the chat, and he was very glad that you made the heart during what was that? Like the heart, not the heart. You made a different heart. I can't even do that like this. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So yeah. But guys, let me just go through the comic, and we're gonna see how it goes. So once again, the comic has been created as part of the 8-hour challenge that I took part last week. 8 hours to create 8 pages of a comic. And there is always a team associated with those challenges, with those events. And the team for this particular one was Chase, or Pościg in Polish. So I figure out that I cannot really draw very good characters. So I figure out I'm gonna do the very simple ones, right? So those 3, as you can see, the same silhouettes, short legs, and the circle, rectangle, and triangle. Those were to become my main characters. They're distinguishable enough from each other. Plus, you can add some accessories to them. You don't even need to draw hands. That's how easy it is. Hammer, shield, maybe daggers, maybe magical stuff, so that you can have something like this. And that's why I decided to. That's how I decided to like. Overcome my disability to draw super realistic human characters, because to be honest, it's not about realism. It's not about drawing like super faithful representation of human silhouettes, their hands, their fingers, and whatever. It's about like creating something that will make sense in your own style. At some point, what's the difference actually between the art that sucks or is very simplistic and the art that is considered someone's style, right? Because you can have a artist that drew super realistic and everyone's like, oh, this is so great, super realistic. You can have an artist that basically draws stick figures and they also can say, oh, it's super nice. It's not realistic, but it's super nice. And what's the difference between you drawing a stick figure and an artist drawing a stick figure? And the answer is confidence, consistency, and courage. Triple C, basically. Consistency, because if you just draw the entire comic with the stick figures, then it becomes your style. Courage to basically bring it out to the people. Don't be afraid to draw simple things if that's the style you want. And that's basically how you do it, So I decided to do that. But the story here is, of course, what drives this comic forward. So in this story, we have 3 kind of like fantasy characters, basically the adventurers from your typical D&D table. So there is a Circlus, because the circle head, get it, right? There's a Circlus, the mage, the wizard kind of character. There's Sir Rextangiel, who has a rectangle head. And there's a Triangilia, who is a elvish, kind of a roguish character with a triangle head. So those are the 3 characters. And the story is like, it's not written entirely correctly here, but it's like a long time ago in a land where there are still mysteries, magic, and everything like this, and wonderful creatures and wonderful adventures. There is like everything is peaceful, right? Everything is peaceful, and we can see the pan of a peaceful peaceful location. There's a city, bustling city. There's a castle in the middle, some mountains, maybe some lakes in the background. You know, everything is cool. Everything is cool. So in that cool situation, very idyllic setting, we have a kind of a D&D overhead map of a tavern. You know, in the tavern, the characters are just talking. There's a bustling life happening. People are talking. People are walking around. There's probably some bards playing. There's a fireplace, and there are our main characters, the wizard, the knight, and the rogue, who are just discussing something at the table. And what they are discussing at the table, they're discussing that friends, the wizard is saying, we need to do something because we have run out of money, and it's not an easy way to live from tavern to tavern on when you don't have money. So we need to get some money. And of course, the roguish character is like, oh, it's not so easy, my friend, because there's a lot of competition in the adventurers market. The dragons are no more, and the princesses don't really need saving these days, right? So it's hard to get a job like this. And he's suddenly, you know, there's like this typical comic book interjection, like suddenly, and some person from the city is like, help, help, there's a space octopus terrorizing the town, you know, is there any heroes? Are there any heroes around to help? And of course we have this space octopus saying boo because it's so scary, terrorizing the people of the town. And of course Sir Rex Tangiel, the bravest of them all, runs out of the tavern to face the enemy, and his friends are following him to help. And so the heroes begin their like sequence in the city. You can see the city in here. There's a river and all of those stuffs, and they're fighting the octopus, right? So. The wizard is getting caught, getting tangled with the tentacles, of course, casting some magic missiles probably to fight it off. There's a little picture here of the rogue doing a stabble on the tentacle, helping out when they can. There's a dramatic declaration from Sir Rex Tangiel who says, "You will not hide from me, beast. You will not hide from basically the righteousness of myself." And I can see everything. You cannot hide because I, Sir Rex Tangiel, can see everything. And everything apart from this, because the octopus is actually right beneath him on the bridge. So yeah, a little bit of a comedic value here. Our valiant heroes are finally meeting, finally like capturing kind of the octopus in some part of the town, you know, surrounding it. You know, they're ready to strike, they're ready to attack. However, the octopus apparently has magical abilities and creates a portal. You know, creates a portal to escape. And so the chase begins. The theme again of the comic is the chase, and the heroes are chasing the octopus through the mountains, through one portal, through the forest, through another portal, through the desert, another portal, and even underwater. You know, you can see them floating in the bubble like this, following, trying to get to the octopus. There's like a kind of a montage. You know, in the movies you have the montage device that basically showcases the chase or something in a very short time span, implying that a lot of time or more time has passed. A lot of events have happened, but you have used, you know, those jumpy music, and then at the end of the montage, the character is stronger because they have been training. The training montage is a classical example of a montage, right, in movies or something like this. This is like a chase montage, I suppose. So once the chase is kind of over, the heroes are coming together. So the knight, the rogue, and the wizard are all standing together to unleash their ultimates, you know, like in video games. You know, they have the ultimate skills, probably some sort of a hammer drop, some sort of the arrow attack, some sort of an Armageddon fireball kind of a thingy. Actually, I should get another fireball here. You know what? I should get a fireball here. I want more fireballs here. Yeah, because it was so empty. All right. Yeah, just so that I remember. All right, another fireball. Maybe one more here as well. So yeah, they are unleashing hell, basically. All the skills that they have, they're unleashing, and they're attacking the octopus. So octopus is here. Octopus is getting pummeled by fireballs on the left. They're peppered by arrows on the right. There will be arrows here. You can see that the rogue is shooting. It will be more prevalent in the final version, of course. And the knight is doing a classical bonk on the head of the octopus. You know. So what I really like about this particular panel is that I went all in about with it. So we can see that even though there are borders of the frames for each panel, I allowed myself to go over those lines and to draw the octopus going out of borders, kind of into other panels and the other panels as well. So it's like an action scene kind of brought to life in this 2D format. And of course, there's a big kaboom, right? So this is of course the kind of a nuclear explosion. You have a cloud, you have this mushroom cloud, and the word kaboom, signifying that all the attacks that have been brought together, basically, they're enough to presumably destroy the octopus. And last but not least, there's a final page. Here is a text, just will be the text telling about all right, so the valiant heroes have defeated the octopus and returned to the kingdom safely. It took them it took a lot of courage to do so. Blah 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 blah. Something like this. And there's a scene in which the king of the city is saying all hail the heroes and is giving them a chest full of gold. The heroes are here, hooray, 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 because that's it. And that's where the plot kind of ends. But then we have a little like an after credit scene because like Marvel and stuff, we need to have a after credit scene. And apparently a mysterious figure has been watching them all around from the very beginning. And it's actually true. It's a character with a question mark over the head. And if you look closely in here, there is a character with a question mark watching them here. So the idea is that I'm gonna probably add it to some other panels to signify that they have been watched, they have been observed. There's a mysterious character approaching who basically asks them if they want to hunt some dragons. And as established previously, the dragons are no more. The wizard is saying the dragons are no more. What are we talking about? They have been all extinct, something like this. And then the stranger pulls out a map that says "Here be dragons," classical map from the fantasy or like old-timey stuff. That apparently there are dragons somewhere, X like this, and maybe an arrow to this or whatever. And upon the wizard saying there are no more dragons, the mysterious stranger is saying not all of them. And are you in? Are you ready to hunt a dragon? And that's how the story ends, with a question mark, I suppose. Is this the end, or is it just the beginning of something even greater? Woo! So yeah, it took me 5 hours to draw 2 more pages, which is less efficient than drawing it on your own during the event, but so much fun. Oh my goodness, I had so much fun. Is there anyone else here? Is there anyone still here? By the way, I'm gonna go back to this. Probably the music will stop right now. I have to go back to this. Okay, give me a moment. All right, now you can see me. Okay, so we are after everything. Now we are going back to the regular program, I suppose. I can already take the tripod away. Okay, it has been so helpful. Oh my goodness, such a mess. All right. And there are many people here. Bees is here, Esgal is here, Nirmal is here. Thank you very much, guys, for being here. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone who has joined me here today. Like I said, this was an art stream. Art is not a category that I expect to be streaming a lot, because I don't feel I have a lot to showcase. After I finish this comic, I don't think I'm gonna have something. Reshunia is still here. All right, that's very nice. But yeah, just let me know if you want to see me just dabble about creative process, movies, video games, and do a drawing in the meantime. Maybe I can fit it into a schedule sometime. Because I had fun. Drawing is really fun. Writing is really fun. Basically, doing anything creative is fun. And I think that if there's a message I want to give and convey here, we talked with Gamer earlier on that it's important to nail the beginning of a story and end of the story, because this is what people remember. And the same goes for a stream, right? It's the beginning and the end that people will remember. So if there's one message that I want to convey to everyone out there, is to not be afraid to do art, not to be afraid to share your art with people. Just try to do it, just enjoy it, enjoy the process. Don't worry about your skills, don't worry if the lines are crooked or whatever. It doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter if your art is not perfect technically. It does not need to be perfect technically. It's all it needs is for it to be your own art, I suppose, for it to be a thing that you enjoy doing and that you have the courage to share with the world. So yeah, so this is what being an artist means to me, I suppose, you know. And if that works for you, then I'll be very happy if you follow that way of thinking, I suppose. So yes, so that was it. All right. Oh, there's a bot in the end. Oh, how nice. How nice. Aw. How about I ban you? All right. Now it's better. Not only did I have a nice time, you know, drawing the comic, but I also have a chance to use a ban hammer on a bot. This is so nice. All right, I'm not sure why I'm so happy about this, but it brings me joy. All right. So yes, doing art. Aside from the art, you know, as usual on the channel, you can see video games, and the schedule is always available either on Twitch. I'm trying to maintain it regularly, or even more accurately on my Discord. So if you're interested in checking out what's in the future, then definitely join. And what else? Yeah, next stream will be on Monday. It will be the last stream in the KOTOR 2 series of No Weapon, No Armor. So we're finishing the game. It should be very exciting. You know, we are playing on hard difficulty without armor and without weapons, so we need to be careful, but I think we can finish the game. You know, I think we can do it. I'll be counting on your help, guys, because as you know, during the KOTOR 2 streams, the script, certain script is enabled that allows you to control the game, you know, throw grenades, use healing skill, and choose the attacks. And sometimes I'd rather, you know, talk for a moment and leave the game in your hands. So if you're interested in influencing the game directly from the chat, then check out the stream on Monday. After that, it will be already July, so we'll be moving into the schedule of 3 streams per week, but in the evenings of Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So Wednesday stream will be probably Dragon Age Origins, because that's what Cryjax redeemed, I believe. So we're gonna check Dragon Age Origins. And if not that right now, then probably Baldur's Gate 2. This is also a game that we would like to play. And later than that, it's Thursday, and it's of course the BG3 Hitman Challenge, in which you are choosing which NPCs are going to die during the run, during the Dark Urge run, which is the first Dark Urge run for me. So I'm exploring it, you know, experiencing it for the first time, but also adding a value, I suppose, of you guys, you know, being the masters of life and death of certain characters. Some characters from the party are already dead. Some are well protected. So if you want to influence the outcome, just check out the stream on Thursday. Yeah. So this is it. This is it, I think. Once again, thank you very much for coming. I had a blast. I hope you also had a nice time today. I invite you to join the stream later on. I'm wondering if there's anyone streaming right now of the people I know. Probably, probably not really. Not really, and I don't feel like I don't feel like rating a random person going straight from the art category. Doesn't feel right. so maybe another time. All right. So this is it, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. Have a nice time. If it's a good time for you to eat, then go eat. If it's a good time for you to go to sleep, then go to sleep. And if it's a good time for you to enjoy the rest of your day, then absolutely do that. And I will see you next time. Take care, everyone, and goodbye.